Adjustants, operatives, welcome back to another Snowbreak video. This time, well, not this time. The other time I did the chapter 1 of the Snowbreak story. This time we're doing the event. The other time I did the event was like about a month ago as well. This time we're doing Hearts in Harmony, dedicated to Changshin. I haven't got into it, so it's best that we could go into it now. Ooh, I really love the visuals. Yo, that looks amazing. That looks amazing. Oh, so, okay. There's probably 2 parts to it because of the sound we're hearing, so I'm going in blindly, as I mentioned before, so let's go. A bright spring day, a sweet dream of a warm spring day. Three days has passed since the end of the Operation Reclaim Boo Boo's consciousness, but the company still wasn't at peace yet. A multitude of intense research projects has moved forward, working to reveal the secrets of Beiting that Boo Boo has risked her life for. Inside the medical bay of Yggdrasil headquarters, Yao stirred as though waking from a long dream. Fatigue ached into her features. More pugnarity strikings, however, were the tears streaking silently, tracing her cheeks. Realizing her face was wet, Yao paused, dazed for a moment, before quickly wiping away the tears. Only then did the figure behind her break the silence. Figure beside her break the silence. Okay, that was my fault. Oh, this is what I always wanted. Voiceover. It's better to have voiceovers that you could hear, so that it could feel so realistic. I'm not sure the word, but it feels better that way. Penny fiddled awkwardly with her blonde pigtails as she spoke. Her gaze frequently flickered towards the outside, where the adjustant lays in silent slumber inside the adjacent treatment pod. I love it. I love it. I love to hear them speak. Pulling herself from the remnants of that emotional immersion, Yao shook her head and managed a faint smile.
寝て過ごしただけだからいつも通りだよ。適当なこと言わないでくれる？この前使わせてもらったんだけど、このシステム、寝てるみたいな使い心地とは到底言えないわ。
By the way, if you guys want English voice actors, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. I'd rather not have English voice over because they sound very monotone, and I don't really like that. Maybe because the director of the voice acting, I don't think they really care that much at times. So that's what I'm seeing from this. Then he trailed off mid-sentence. Yao calm yet solution. Oh, yeah, that sucks. Hold on. Yao calm yet solution expression brought back memories of her own time in the spindle system with the adjustant. Understanding what Yao might be feeling, Fanny switched topics. Before Fanny could ask about the adjustant's conditions, Yao presumptively addressed her unspoken concern.
分析員なら無事だ。っていうか、ピンピンしすぎている。
Then he let out a small sigh of relief, though a trace of worry lingered in his wakes.
仮にそうであっても。それは
無事とは言い難い。
I love life so much. I love life so much.
スピンドルの使用時間が長すぎた。私たちは交代で入っているから無事だが、分析員の場合、ろくに休まず使い続けている。
As life spoke, she couldn't help reaching out to gentle Paris, the face of a man sleeping in the pod. She's been by his side for quite a while, keeping around the clock vigil.
安心して。分析員の体と精神状態は常に確認しているにゃん。各種パラメータはすべて標準範囲内にゃん。
On the opposite side of the pod, Monsieur finally looked up from her tablet. Her expression turned serious as she lifted her focus to Yao.
ヤオ、分析員との意識同調は完了したにゃん。タウさんの指示通りに。
Oh. One of my subscribers mentioned that I keep on pronouncing T from the previous event the moment I live stream or did a recording. Yeah, he was right. It's Tao, not T. Thank you.
うん、分かっている。
Yao replies as she climbed out of her treatment pod, though she wobbled slightly when she stood.
いや、本当に大丈夫なの？
I mean, it kind of makes sense though, because when you're in a treatment pod or in bed, you feel like somewhat of a vegetable. And when you get out, you feel much more fatigued and your muscles are not as strong as they were used to. Although, they're not at the hospital. Although it's kind of act as a hospital, but give or take. Benny stirred, intended to steady Yao, but Yao waved her off. Bracing herself, she made her way to the adjustance pod.
大丈夫だって。
Yao's gaze softened as she looked at the adjustant, her eyes distant and wistful, lost in memories of their shared experience in that dreamlike world.
っていうか、今までにないくらい調子がいい。
I think I just realized this. I just saw how their mouth move as they speak. I like it. Even though it looks weird, I do like it. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Yao leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss to the adjustant's cheeks.
見つけてくれるの。待ってるから。
He murmured softly by his ear before turning to leave the medical bay. It wasn't until the automatic door slid shut that the room's occupants seems to come back to their senses. Benny blinked, still dazed.
今、なんか言わなかった？
With a somber face, Monsieur walked over to where Yao... I can't. Hold on. Come on. Scroll. Okay. With a somber face, Monsieur walked over to where Yao had stood. Without warning, she leaned down and mirrored Yao's actions, planting a kiss on the man's other's cheeks. Benny's eyes widened further.
マジル、あんた何を？
再現実験だにゃん。動きを正確に再現することで彼女の言った内容を推測する手法だにゃん。
Ooh, that makes sense. Although I think it's just Yao that when her mouths move is when she speaks. I don't think it happens for the other characters, but I think Changshin is only probably just Changshin and Yao, since they're the main characters of the event at the point. So we'll see.
で、 何言ったか分かった？
わからなかったにゃん。
はあ？
結果が伴わない実験だってあるにゃん。これも日常茶飯事だからファニーも覚えた方がいいと思うにゃん。
Kinda makes sense.
やっぱり今のはただの嘘だったのね。
やっぱり人間の言葉は私には難しすぎたにゃん。
こういう時だけボケるんじゃないわよ。
Masuro laid her gaze linger on the adjustant's face for a brief moment. Then, covering her ears, she turned away with a blank expression, blatantly ignoring Benny's protests.
ヤオの意識同調が終わったので先に失礼するにゃん。これからフリティア先生の秘密武器が開発の最終段階に入るので手伝いに行かないといけないにゃん。
With that, Masuro exited the room. The tips of her pointed ears twitched triumphantly as she stood off, her steps jauntily, like a cat that just has snagged a treat. As the door clicked shut behind Masuro, Fanny turned her gaze to life, a hint of irritation flashing in her eyes.
ウェンズデー、なんでさっきから黙ってるのよ。
ファニーが代わりに言ってくれたから。
Life lowered her gaze and took the adjustant's head, pressing it softly against her own cheeks. Under Fanny's incomprehensible gaze, Life lightly nuzzled her face against the adjustant's palm, as if seeking warmth from it.
ヤオと分析員は向こうで多くのことを経験したはずだ。
いきなり何よ。ひょっとして危機感でも抱いたの？
Benny scoffed lightly, crossing her arms. Baying indifference, she casually tossed out a pointed question.
ところでウェンズデーと分析員はあっちで何をしたの？
秘密だ。
Oh. Girls love their secrets.
げえ、なんだ。二人だけの内緒事なんて私にだっていっぱいあるわよ。あとそこ、もう十分座ったでしょ。そろそろどいてもらえる？
Before Life could respond, Benny unceremoniously pushed her aside. She grabbed the adjustant's hand and mimicked Life's earlier gesture, pressing his palm against her cheek.
なに？これが終わったらいっぱい付き合ってもらうんだからね。
Life stepped back. Rather than protest, her attention shifted towards the door as it slid open again. The graceful figure, dressed in pale blue, leaned casually against the doorframe, her tired gaze sweeping across the room.
カーシア。
Oh, Kaya! That's how you call her? Kasia?
分析員の様子は？
I guess she's in her mission. Currently, I'm not sure. But comparing to what they're wearing, yeah, the other one's probably on break while she's on mission. Hello, Rust. Or Gearstrom.
この私がそばにいるんだから今時天国気分なんじゃない？
そっちの進捗は？
予想以上にはかどっているわ。適応訓練をすべてクリアして新装備にも十分馴染んできている。
Oh, I think she's talking about Boo Boo.
それどころかすべてのパラメータは完璧だわ。
36時間ね。
Ooh.
正確に言うと32時間くらいかしら。タウさんが無理やり4時間休ませたんだから。
As Kaya spoke, the sounds of approaching footsteps echoed in the corridor. With a yawn, Kaya stepped aside to make a way for a silver-haired girl in a Princeton armor, clutching a clutching a communicator.
カーシア、ここ数日ありがとうございました。
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. I thought it was Boo Boo. It was Chang-Shin? That makes perfect sense. She uses a crossbow while she uses the bow. That makes so much sense.
別にお礼なんていいわよ。分析員が無事なようにせいぜい頑張ってちょうだい。それが何よりのお礼だわ。
Kaya flashes a quick smile, her gaze intentionally locked onto the man in the treatment pod. Without hesitation, she strolled towards him.
散々苦労させられたわけだし、ちょっとご褒美をいただいても構わないわね。
Her words were soft, almost a whisper. Then, without a warning, she leaned down and captured the adjustant's lips in a passionate, lingering kiss. Only half a minute later did Kaya finally pull back, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. Famming her flustered cheeks with one hand, Kaya's gaze swept over Fanny's widened eyes, shock, life's southern frown, and Cheng-Shin's blushing face and clenching fists. With a casual wave, she turned and strolled towards the door. Oh, Kaya loves to make other girls jealous.
まだ仕事あるから先に帰って休ませてもらうわ。それじゃ見送りは大丈夫なんで。
Damn, Kaya loves to take the spotlight. I love Kaya way too much as well.
遅れたなあ、許せない。よくも私の前で。
ファニー、後でもう一度そこを通過すればいい話だ。
もう一度って、それ、ひょっとして私と分析員のことは全部？
チェンシン、あとは任せた。
ウェンズで話そらさないでよ。
I don't think she changed the subject. It's more like she's ignoring her.
もういいわ。チェンシン、あとは頼んだわ。
As the blush faded from Cheng-Shin's cheeks, she nodded firmly, though her gaze remained fixated on the adjustant.
ええ、前例を持って臨みます。
Yep. Before I saw Cheng-Shin mouth move earlier, so yeah, it's confirmed. Yao and Cheng-Shin's mouth move, so as they're the main characters of the event for the time being. But not because of anyone. Wow, that's
分析。
wow. That went way too fast. Okay, whatever. Muttered his name, Cheng-Shin took a deep breath and settled into another treatment pod. Silence hung in the room for half a minute after Cheng-Shin linked into the spindle system. Then Benny's voice broke through.
あの作戦、ウェンズデーは本当にそれでいいの？
Thinking of the adjustant's decisions a few days ago, Benny clenches her fists. After Boo Boo woke up, Gridia discovered new clues about the data Boo Boo brought back, and she used them to reconstruct the strange manner in the spindle system. However, with investigation sent to T, I was way too slow. However, when investigators sent to Tao's arrived at the site where Boo Boo's survival pod was recovered, no trace of the manor was found. The evidence suggests that it might have been concealed using Feng Shui's art. Oh, once they said Feng Shui, I thought of Dragon's Dream. It was then Adjustant proposed a bold plan. He pinpointed the manor's real-world coordinates through the high-risk move of the spindle system, with Cheng-Shin playing a crucial role in its execution.
彼の考えた末の決断だ。
分かってるわよ。それを支えてあげるのが私たちの仕事だってのも分かってるけど。
それでも一緒にいるのは自分じゃないから心配で悔しくて、その気持ちは私も同じだ。しかしそれに似たようなものはチェンシンにもある。
そうね。
Benny recalled the looks in Chenshin's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she sighs deeply, pulling a tube of lipstick, a gift of courage from him, from her pocket and tightening her grip around it.
分かったわよ。もう少し我慢しようじゃない。その分作戦の時は腕を思いっきり震わせてもらうんだから。
With these words, Benny couldn't help but lean down to bury her face against Justin's chest, nuzzling him gently. Every girl has her own moments against Justin. That's the way I want to see it, hear it, or read it. However you interpret it.
なーに、今度起きたら絶対ガブッと一口いただくわ。
I thought she was gonna go humph.
そうね。混むならどこにしようかしら。
Life, overhearing Fanny's soft murmurs, she responded in a manner of factly.
私の経験上、甘噛みなら。
そんなの聞いてないわよ。それと別に教わらなくても自分でコツをつかむんだから。
I think there's gonna be innuendos. I'm pretty sure. My consciousness fell adrift in the endless void. I couldn't tell how long it has been before a sudden sense of warmth, coupled with the comforting fragrance, enveloped me. Then something soft, faintly moist, brushed gently across my forehead. A moment later, my lips experienced a fleeting, delicate warmth, like a butterfly alighting on the flower. I felt something similar earlier, back when my awareness floated in the void, but now these sensations grew much clearer, or more vivid. Is something connecting? Fighting to regain control of my consciousness, I struggled to open my eyes. Those gentle touches vanished abruptly, as if retreating in haste. Okay, let me move this cursor. When I finally managed to pray my eyes open, I found myself facing a bright, serene spring day. Let me move the mouse from the other side. The warm sunlight bathed in elegant, antique courtyard in gold. Just inches from me was the calm, full face of a silver-haired girl. She was a vision of purity, as flawless and graceful as snow and jade. The sunlight kissed her fair cheeks, leading her in a ethereal glow. A faint brush colored her face, like tender buds breaking through winter's frost. Changshin. I haven't expected her to adopt to the exosuit so quickly, much less to initiate the connection herself.
分析、もう起きたんですね。
I guess it makes sense that her mouth doesn't move here, but it's better this way over in this scenery. You've been connected for a while, haven't you? How long was I out?
だいたい10分ってところでしょうか。
10 minutes. I've been lying on your lap this whole time.
それは いくら芝生だと言っても分析員に地べたで寝させるわけには。
I love that expression of her face.
それとも別のところに乗せた方が良かったのでしょうか。
Her voice faltered, and a mist of shyness veiled her eyes, deepening the blush of her cheeks to a richer hue. She seems momentarily fluttered. A few days ago, the company library has been stocked with some rather curious books. By pure chance, Shangshin has come across a few. With a eidetically memory, he must absorb some unconventional knowledge. Different kind of pillow? I couldn't help but sniff my gaze to something even more soft and pillowy right before my face. I had to admit, I have been expecting this.
何でもありません。聞こえなかったことにしてください。
Seeing her cheeks fluster deeper crimson, I barely stifled a chuckle. Is that so? Alright then. I have another question. While I was asleep, I felt something soft and warm on my face. Any idea what that was? My gaze locked on hers, and her blush intensifies even further.
それはその。
She fumbles for words, her eyes darting nervously. Seeing her like this, I decided to let her off the hook. But just as I was about to shift the topic, Shangshin lifted her head and her gaze, meeting mine with surprisingly seriousness.
先ほど勝手に私が分析員の顔を触ってしまったから。
As she spoke, I reached out, her silky hands tendered, cupping my face. The next moment, she leaned in closer, her slender arms wrapped around me in a delicate, fragrant embrace.
私は分析員と一緒に最後までたどり着きたいです。
Her silken hair brushed against her cheeks as she spoke. Her melodious voice reached into my soul like a gentle breeze, carrying a faint floral scent. I felt the earnestness of her desire to draw nearer and understood what this scenery of urgency came from. I had to say, everything you just said, that's supposed to be my line. Sometime later, once I gathered my strength, I rose from her lap and began explaining the particularities of this world.
ブブが最後にたどり着いたのはここなのでしょうか。そういえば間取りに見覚えがあるような。おそらく昔は事件の資産だったのでしょう。
I was about to press continue, but I wasn't sure when she's gonna continue to start. That's the hard part, in my opinion. Possibly, but anyone from the G family who might have known about this place, they're long gone. And technically, Boo Boo never set foot here. She only happened to gather its digital data by chance. When the company searched the area where Boo Boo was recovered, they couldn't find any trace of this manor.
なるほど。現実世界でこの屋敷を見つけるために一旦こちらを調べて手がかりをつかもうと。
Something like that. Once we reach a certain point, I'll fill you in on what we're here for.
わかりました。
As the girl nodded obediently, I turned my gaze to our surroundings. Do you sense anything unusual about this place?
不思議な感じ。
言われてみれば確かに、なんとなく昔からよく知っているような。やはり変です。見覚えというより何かしらの連結を感じます。この庭を操れるような。
Her expression turned uncertain. Slowly, she stretched out her hand, as if reaching for something invisible drifting in the air. You're not imagining all this. Although most of this world is built from the bizarre data we retrieve, it openly shaped by your consciousness, your thoughts and your mind. It can directly influence this place. As I explained, a memory of my earlier explorations with Echo flashed through my mind. In one instance, we can barely step into similar courtyard before an army of vegetable soldiers and our math problems ambushed us. It was quite a chaotic battle. Okay, I couldn't help to chuckle to this one. Probably because I wasn't there for that event, so I wouldn't know an army of vegetable soldiers and our math problems. This is very new to me. Halfway through, he let out an annoying roar, and then a squad of marching hamburger patties charged in to back us up. Is that y'all thinking about food? I don't even know at this point. Shaking off the hilarious, absurd, yet unforgettable memory, I turned my focus to Changshin. In this world, you can do things that are considerably impossible elsewhere.
できないこと。
Here, you're not bound by science, logic, or rules. Essentially, let your imagination run wild. Before we move on, you need to learn how to harness and wield that power. Every exploration I've done here with the other girls, except Yao, has begun this way. I'm eager to see what kind of power your wild imagination will bring to life and how it'll help us break through in this world. Changshin didn't hesitate for long. Her eyes moved slowly across the courtyard. And then something seems to click. Right in front of her stood first barrier she needs to overcome using her power.
そういえば分析員は作州に伝わる風水の術が気になっていたのでしたっけ？
Oh yeah, I did mention that. It was in the random event task I've been doing. So it comes up from time to time. Sometimes I don't do the random events, but yeah, it was mentioned before. A playful smile lit her face as she bright clear eyes met mine, tugging at her strings. In that moment, I glimpsed a flickering of childlike innocence beneath her reserved exterior. Then please, show me what your feng shui skills can do. The next moment, a faint breeze picked up around us. Branches swayed softly. Sunlight ripped through the air. It felt as though an unseen force stirred near her sleeves, escalating into her outstretched hand. With a graceful motion, she pointed ahead and the path before us unfolded, as though touched by magic. Falling leaves, a waterside pavilion, and a winding ridge. An exquisitely serene scene appeared, as if drawn into a pleasant dream. Standing on the bridge amidst swirling leaves, Changshin turned her gaze my way. That's incredibly fitting for you. I gazed at her intently. Framed against the quaint courtyard, She glowed with a ethereal elegance. Her expression held excitement, a touch of anticipation, and an unworldly grace. Unworldly grace, you know. She looked for all the world like a celestial maiden descends from the heavens. Wow, that was a very long. Alright, let's start with the battle. Are there any others that you could do? Yes, sir. Yep. We're only doing her because it makes more sense. And she's the only one within the story.
満を持して行ってきます。
Okay.
これらの敵、スピンドルの再現機能によって生み出されたのは一部だけです。それ以外は私たちが進むのを阻むためにあのデータが生み出したものなのでしょう。
Oh, what's cool about her? When it hits,
油断禁物です。
and when it hits, you could use your ulti onto them onto the targets. The ulti won't work if it doesn't hit a target though.
分析員の進む道は私が切り開きます。
Okay. Ah, okay. That makes a lot of sense.
戦車番宣。
Watch.
終わり？甘い。ここからです。恐れるほどではありません。
That's how insane it is. I love it so much. Oh, it resets after a kill. That's amazing. I love it so much.
大吉。すぐに終わります。 この件はもう確定しています。
Get away from that. What's in here? I'm supposed to press it, aren't I?
装填中です。
Or nothing happens. I'm supposed to press the F button, but it's not happening. Oh well. That sucks.
この先にも仕掛けがある。通り抜けるには何か別の手を考えないと。私がこの世界に干渉できるというのならこれでどうでしょう。
Okay.
定め。私を導いてくれるのはあなただけです。
Yeah, she's really cute when she flies. Alright. This is the next part of the game. Hell yeah.
弓を引いたからには分析
Press the switch button to control the mythic bird or let it follow automatically. Okay. I'm seeing this. This is more of you play from the mobile game. So we're playing from the PC. Control the mystical bird to approach the location accessible to the operative and unlock a mechanism. Okay.
分析員、私できました。これが思うが
Okay.
ままの
I'm supposed to
力。
press the T button.
な
Got
ん
it.
て不思議な感じ。こんなものまで作り出せるとは。この鳥を操れば、ここの仕掛けを解けるはずです。
Oh, this feels like the one I was playing with Vidia. I think. I could be wrong. I remember doing this before.
百射百中
Okay.
大吉
We go with the bird. Wait, I don't think it was Vidya. I think it was with Benny or something. I don't remember. But the other event, you get to move the box. This time we moving the bird.
百射百中終わり甘いここからです
See how satisfying it is?
恐れるほどではありません
Just in case.
道が塞がれている
Change the mythical bird flight height to avoid obstacles and reaching the switch for the mechanism.
大吉
Ooh, okay. This is interesting. This is interesting. Okay. Alright. Oh, okay. So there is a button for that. Because I was wondering if the bird can move in only 2 dimensions or 3 dimensions. Okay, so it can only go up or down. Got it.
目標達成演習通りです
So you can't really move your mouse with the bird. In that sense. Like up or down to move. Alright, one thing at a time then, I guess.
百射百中この件はもう確定しています
Okay, I know we were supposed to go there, but I want to explore a little bit on this side. Okay, you get to walk on grass. This is interesting. Alright, you can move. You can go over there. Yes, sure, why not? You can't go over there also. Just a mini exploration, that's all.
定め私を導いてくれるのはあなただけです
Oh, I can't wait to play Yao later. Where dreams belong, the heart wants what the heart wants. Seems like we made a good time getting here. The journey so far has been surprisingly smooth. Unlike Extro's vegetable legions or Monsieur's secret... come on, move. Okay. Unlike Extro's vegetable legions or Monsieur's secret agent Mice Squad, the enemies in Changshin's world felt grounded in reason. The real challenges came from the intrinsic traps and mechanisms scattered along the way. Even so, thanks to the spiritual constructs Changshin created with her wild imagination, we breezed through the courtyard and opened a path into the manor. I'm actually really curious. I want to know what Echo's dreamlike sequence would look like. Also Monsieur's and the other operatives. Because we're focusing on Changshin's right now. I'm really curious at how the playstyle will look like. This jade ring turned bird is surprisingly helpful.
もし現実でもこの力が使えるのならどれだけいいことでしょうか
Changshin excluded an air of excitement as she reached out her hand, seamlessly hoping to catch the colorful little bird fluttering beside her. But in the next moment, her expression sharpened and her body tense. She drew her bowstrong taut, focusing warily on the bridge ahead.
分析員 きます。
I'm looking at her mouth, that's all it is. Oh, what the hell are they? What has been an empty scene moments ago began filling with the blurry figures appearing as though conjured into thin air. My fingers intensively brushed the trigger, ready to fire. So far, every enemy we encountered here has spawned out of nowhere, much like mobs in the video game. But the scene that followed me and Changshin paused.
いや、あれは。
Like ordinary civilians. Squinting, I attentively studied the figures that continued to appear. They weren't armored soldiers, nor did they show signs of Titan's coercions. Instead, they looked like everyday townsfolk. Strange still, many carry wooden stools over their shoulders, while others scattered flower petals along either side of the bridge. What are they doing? The surreal scene stalled my thoughts. At first, I assumed they intended to use the stool as makeshift weapon, but the way they gleamed, tossed petals, and the overall festive vibe left me utterly perplexed. Then, without a warning, one of them raised an arm and flung several strings-like objects at us, landing just inches away from our feet. Hold on. Startled, I reflectively pulled Changshin, still in a daze, back a few steps. An instant later, a flurry of sharp crackles rang out. The strings of firecrackers burst to life on the ground, spraying red paper scraps like confetti and scattering flower petals into the air. Could this be?
分析員はもう気づきましたか？
I turned to Changshin. She appeared to have shaken off her stupor, gazing back at me with solemnity, though a hint of nervous anticipation lingers in her eyes. I think so. I nodded slightly, holding her gaze with earnestness and careful deliberation. If I'm not mistaken, this must be Dojiao's exorcism rite.
やはり分析員と私は心が通じ。全然違います。
Wait, I was wrong? Huh. Her initially coy tone shift as her voice rose sharply. What's not right about it?
何もかもです。これは
Changshin's flustered gestures and the deepening blush on her face struck me as implicitly amusing. Despite the absurdity of it all, I stayed alert, watching those strange shadows figures from the corner of my eye. Then, their next words cleared everything up and made me realize how far off my guess has been.
神父様、神郎様。
Wait, are those servants? Lord Lady? Are they talking to us?
私たちの他に誰かいるように見えましたか？
The girl bit her rosy lips as she suppressed her shy gaze, but a slightly look of her resentment escaped from within. Her words hit home, and a realization dawned on me. This whole scene is coming from your thoughts.
やめてください。分析員、もうそれ以上は。
Changshin gazed at me with pleading eyes, her face fluttered a deep crimson. Seeing her so overwhelmed, I couldn't help but worry that she might faint. Meanwhile, the shadowy figures edged closer, and their lead groups even started chanting in high pitches, theatrical voices.
新郎様、神父様、ご成約おめでとうございます。
若いお二人に末永く幸多からんこと。
初めての義実家ってことで、新郎様には橋を渡ってもらわなくちゃね。ささ、新郎新婦様に橋を架けて差し上げましょう。橋を架けなさい。
With rhythmic chanting, they started stacking stools in front of us, fashioning a makeshift bridge. Cloud Bridge. That's quite an intriguing name. Is it a tradition, Dojao custom? What's the story behind it? I turned to Shang-Shin and noticed the blush creeping down her porcelain neck. The once composed young woman now stood sheepishly before me, her usual pose replaced by a delicate, unguarded shyness that was utterly captivating.
確かに今はまだわからないのかもしれませんが。
I have a rough idea, but for the finer details, I need my dear lady to enlighten me.
花嫁。
After a moment of fluttering silence, Shang-Shin took a deep breath, steadily her gaze as she spoke, enunciating each word with sincerity.
作州の伝統的な習わしで、お相手と誓約を交わした後、新婦が最初の実家帰りの際に行われる儀式です。
Really? Okay. I guess this is within the household or something. I don't know.
橋を渡れば誓約は結ばれ、永遠に二人は離れはしない。
With that, Shang-Shin lightly pushed off the ground. In an instant, she landed gracefully atop the highest stool in the makeshift bridge. Balancing perfectly, she extended a hand towards me. Although there's no S. I don't know, I'm writing it. It's already difficult enough. From below, I gazed into her eyes, noting that misty shyness that she seems ready to spill over at any second. Yet her expression remained calm and resolute.
さあ、新郎様、お乗りくださいませ。
I'm not sure what they're doing. Are they creating a bridge by stacking chairs over and over? I know they call it stools, but I think it's part of the Chinese acrobatics. I'm picturing it that. Under the crowd, expectant gaze. Oh, I can't even read at this point. I chose not to take Tengsha's hand. Instead, I stepped onto the nearby railing and vaulted onto the stools beside her. As I landed, I feigned a wobble, swaying precariously. Startled, Tengshin barely had time to register disappointment before frantically reaching out to steady me. But before she could grab hold, I righted myself and used the opportunity to sweep her into my arms. With her snug in my brace, I gently clasped her soft, delicate hands. We need to make sure we walk steadily in such an important ceremony, right?
分析員、もうからかうのは控えてください。
Her voice was a hushed whisper, muffled by her chest as she buried her face against me. Once she composed herself, I took her hand and led her steadily across the cloud bridge. Okay, maybe I am thinking of something else, but I'm thinking of Chinese acrobatics regardless. About halfway across, Changshin turned to me as if she could no longer keep her thoughts to herself.
分析員
Yes?
ここから出た後
I'll do it. Whatever you want. Expecting her request, I responded without a slightest hesitation.
でも
What is it?
なんだか分析員はもう慣れているようですから、こんな約束をするのは何回目のことだろうかとつい。
Sanction pursed her lips. Her gaze tingled with emotions I couldn't quite decipher. I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. After 17 romantic nights, here I was making a promise for the 18th time within the spindle system. That's quite funny. There's 18 operatives, and she's the last one. I don't know. Again, I'm just making assumptions. It was no shock that someone as perceptive as her has caught on. Still, some truth are better left unspoken. Setting my face into a mock stern expression, I deflected. What's this, my lady? Are you questioning your dear lord?
いいえ、めっそうもありません。ただ、自分は遅れをとっているような気が。
Bemused and amused, I gently squeezed her hand. If this is what you call far behind, then what would in the lead look like?
それはもちろん。
Her words cut off abruptly. By then, we had reached the end of the cloud bridge.
イチャイチャは後にしましょう。さあ、もう本番ですよ。
The shadowy figures greeted us at the bridge end. One of them brought forth a golden goblet, placing it atop of the highest stool.
踏み交わしの儀です。今後何が起きても、お二人で力を合わせて生きていくという意味でしてね。これを済ませば、お二人には苦楽を分かち合ってもらいますよ。さあ、ジェンシンさん、どうぞお召し上がれ。
Sanction glanced at me, her reluctance evident as she released her hands. With a graceful leap, she rose towards the goblet. The billowing sleeves danced like clouds as her form traced an elegant arc through the air. With the deft swirls, she plucked the goblet from its perch. So, how exactly do we do this? I asked out the genuine curiosity as Changshin landed softly before me. She held the goblet by its handle between her teeth, her shimmering gaze fixed on me. A deep blush painted her cheeks, so vivid it seems as though we were already intoxicated. Before I could figure out how she takes her sips. I'll do that again. Before I could figure out how she could take her sip, Changshin suddenly tilted her head back, down the goblet's contents in one smooth motion. Then, without warning, her soft, sweet lips captured mine. After what felt like an eternity, a faint, fragrant whisper escaped her slightly parted lips.
これで取り戻しました。
She stood her ground, her gaze as serene and captivating as autumn mirrors lakes. A cascade of emotions stirred within me, sending ripples through my very soul. It was only then that the air, sound, and light around us began to flow again, as if the entire world has been holding its breath while her kiss touched my lips. Silvery laughter drifted into my ears as the figures on either side of the bridge marched gracefully into the distance, their voices stretching out like a melody.
新郎新婦様をお迎えに参上します。
Taking Changshin's hand once more, I turned to the view beyond the cloud bridge, a waterfall cascading over artifactual rockery, its water pooling into the misty basin beneath a pavilion bridge. Let's see what other surprises they have in store for us. Changshin nodded quietly, biting her crimson lips. But after taking a few steps forward, he must have triggered something hidden mechanism. Everything before us suddenly transformed. Changshin reacted instantly, drawing her bow and loosened an arrow in a fluid motion. The arrow struck true, pinning a shadowy figure to the ground just as it twisted to lunge at us. The other shadowy figures, who had moments earlier been celebrating, turned in eerie unison, their blank stares locked onto us. In an instant, their forms grotesques expanded, morphing into monstrous shapes such as demigods and Titagen's corrupted abominations. About time. The eruption transformation was jarring, but I've seen similar twists countless times in this data file simulation. It was the result of the hidden corruption.
分析こちらです。
After firing a clean shot to take down one of the car chains, I turned to Changshin. She perched gracefully on the bridge railing, signaling for us to break through from the side. Moments later, we found ourselves crammed into a tight, confined space. Changshin straddled my lap as our eyes locked. In the dim light filtered through the cracks of the cabin door, her fair skin appeared flawless, like the finest porcelain. Pressing a delicate finger against my hips, she leans back against the cabin, straining to catch any movement outside. Let me take a look. I spoke quietly as I leaned forward slightly, trying to get a better view of the situation outside. However, in this cramped space, adjusting my position inevitably led to some unintentional contact with Changshin. Yes, that's what we need.
一体何？
Holding off guard, Changshin lost her balance as she shifted, and I found myself unexpectedly pressed against her soft, ample bosom. Oh yes, that face. I can't see it though, because I'm covered by her hairs. Realizing she let out a sound, Changshin quickly bit her lip, silencing herself. Outside, heavy footsteps grew louder, as though drawn by the noise. The overlapping rhymes only emphasized the sheer number of enemies. Confronting them head-on would undoubtedly be a grave mistake. Inside the cabinet, the silence grew suffocating. Our breaths and heartbeat blends together. The rhymes Fuck. Indistinguishable. I'm not saying that again. I'm not saying that again. I already screwed up that word. I could clearly feel the gentle trembling of her soft body in my arms, her warmth, her subtle fragrance. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the footstep began to fade.
分析
Her trembling voice was like a delicate kitten scratching at my heart. Overwhelmed by tension, she clasped her arms tightly around my neck.
もう去っていきましたから
Her words ended on a shaky note.
そろそろ離れてくれても嫌というわけではでもこんな状況では
Yeah, I'm pretty sure every girl will feel that way. Not the right time, but she doesn't mind it. Her shy plea was irresistibly endearing. Still, I had her arm.
分析員くすぐったいです
Her soft whimper sounds like a plea for mercy, stirring a sense of tender pity and affection within me. Hearing her like this, I had no choice but to gently remind her of the truth. I get it. But if you want me to get up, you have to let go first. Even knowing how mortifying my words might leave her, I couldn't hold them back. Her eyes widened in shock, as if struck by a sudden realization. She flusteredly withdrew her arms, releasing me. Almost smothered. Catching my breath, I met her piteous gaze. A crestfallen look in her eyes made me swallow the rest of my words.
ごめんなさいわざとでは
There's no need to apologize. I understand what just happened was far too spicy for Changshin, so I softened my tone, hoping to smooth her. Don't overthink it. You'll get used to it next time.
今度
Well, you said you didn't hate it, and at a better time you might.
分析員がお望みならばその私は構いませんが
Her shy confession caught me off guard. Instinctively, I reached out and ruffled her hair. Message received. Hold on. I think I mumbled us. Down. Message received. But for now, we need to keep moving.
はい
As we pushed open the cabinet door and got to our feet, Angshin hesitated. I think you're supposed to be got on our feet, not to. I'm reading it so hard that I'm trying to figure out what word sounds right and what word sounds wrong. I don't know. That's why I'm always complicit.
分析員
What is it?
もしこの後ずっと今の規模の敵が続いてしまうのなら少々厄介なのかと
I heard the frustration in her voice and saw the concern in her gaze, mingled with determination. Reaching out, I gently tusked a stray lock of her hair behind her ear. It's going to be more than just a problem. But don't worry about it. Remember what I said earlier? This world is largely shaped by your consciousness, which means your thoughts hold the power to alter its very fabric. His manner marks the midpoint of our journey. The influx of monsters just now occurred because the influence of what hidden in the depths is growing stronger. But on the flip side, your control over this world is growing stronger too. Now that we made it this far, you might be able to interact with or even reshape it.
世界を変える。
For a moment, Chengxian seems lost in thought. Then with newfound clarity, she turned her gaze towards the landscape ahead. In the next instant, as if responding to her will, the aura of the entire world shifted. That malice looming in the distance dissolved, vanishing without a trace.
こんなのでいいんでしょうか。
Exactly like this. Alright. Oh! More gameplay. Alright. This is getting more interesting now. There's like 4 gameplays over there.
弓を引いたからには
Alright.
分析員準備は整いました。終わり甘いここからです。戦車番宣分析員今しっかりと感じ取れました。
Oh, by the way,
私たちを阻んでいるように何か別の力もこの世界に干渉をかけています。
it's so satisfying using your skills.
恐れるほどではあ
Look
り
at
ませ
that!
ん。
It's so satisfying! Oh,
かすり傷です。この前分析員が言いましたよね。私の意志もこの世界を変えられるとあれの力の影響を打ち消してみます。
ooh, interesting. Okay. Okay. I see what this is. Okay, I can't go over there. So I have to go over here.
目標達成。演習通りです。
So if I was
操作方法はよく覚えてます。
if I'm too close to the target, the standard skill won't focus on that. That makes sense.
すぐに終わります。
Oh, fuck.
戦車番宣
Okay, we need to use the bird again. Bird, go!
大吉
Ooh, golem. Let's shoot it.
恐れるほどした変化がこの力を使いこなせるようになるまでもう少し時間がいるようです。差し詰め仕掛けを解くには鳥が鍵となるでしょう。
Okay, bird again. All right. Simple.
ご褒美もっと近づいてもらえないでしょうか。
All right, let's head to the next stage. Wild thoughts. I think I have enough
弓
stamina.
を引いたからには
I think so.
分析員準備は整いました。油断禁物で百射百中。
Oh, right. If you're targeting this one, it makes them much vulnerable. But if you target If you don't target that,
すぐに終わります。
they are immune to damages.
大吉。目標達成。演習通りです。あのデータの力は
Okay, whatever.
今も増え続けています。分析員、裏の方から行きましょう。油断、戦車番宣。終わり？甘い。ここからです。
That arrow feels amazing. Okay. Oh, I thought I was supposed to use a bird. Oh well.
恐れるほどではありません。戦車干渉の力でこの世界を作り変えられるようになるまであともう少しです。
Okay, that's odd.
これで優位に立てます。
Oh, by the way, he doesn't really need ulti charge. It's always on cooldown as after using it.
目標達成。演習通りです。自分の力とせめぎ合っているのを気づかれたようです。制限を取り払うためには。
Oh no 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 no! Wait. Okay, don't get too close.
この件はもう確定しています。
I think this is the third time she became electric user. The observer is also electric, I assume, and the 5-star operative of her is also
もっ
electric.
と近づいてもらえないでしょうか。
Forgot what it's called, but I don't. Only because I don't have one. So. Awakening. All right.
弓を引いたからには。分析員、準備は整いました。
Alter environment data. Press the button to overwrite or restore surrounding environments data to proceed when necessary. Okay.
分析員、
Okay.
今から干渉の力で一部の場所を作り変えられるようになりました。まだいくつかの制限があるようですが、一部の障害物を通り抜けるくらいならできると思います。あれが生み出した敵からも
Yeah, this feels
避
so
けられるようにな
satisfying.
ったはずです。すぐに終わります。恐れるほどではありません。大吉。
Not OP yet.
百射百中。
Oh. Hold on. There you go. There you go. Okay. I was supposed to be over there, right? Hold on. I'm trying to retrace my steps. Because I saw there was a blockade in some way.
油断禁物です。百射百中。
Because I noticed that there was so much spamming of NPCs going around.
目標達成。演習通りです。
There's another way of blockade. You have to change it.
恐れるほどではありません。かすり傷です。ご心配なく。
Ow.
百射百中。 大吉。
Oh, wait, I'm supposed to get this. What am I supposed to do with this thing again? No, that's not it. Change it? Stop. I have no idea what just happened. I have no idea what just happened.
定め。
I see there's an icon. There has to be something to do over there.
あなただけです。
So I felt kind of stuck. Alright, one more. After that, there's a lot more storytelling, which means a lot of voiceover. Not that I don't mind it, it's just that you might get bored.
満を持して。
With long dialogue. Okay, change. There you go.
目標達成。演習通りです。
Good. I made sure I had to hit the security.
大吉。
Why didn't I press ulti? Let's press the other button. Ew.
油断
There you
禁
go.
物です。終わり？甘い。ここからです。
That's how you do it.
分析員、私の力が邪魔されているようです。でも、あれに
Oh,
作り
okay.
出
So
され
I'm
た場所を
supposed to
利
change
用
the
して
environment again.
何回も切り替えれば、ここを通過できるはずです。
Wait, did I die? Hold on. I'm supposed to go over here, aren't I? Okay, so change the environment again. Yeah, So how do I get through that? Oh, okay, okay. I'm supposed to change midway.
ありがとう。目標達
So
成。
weird.
演習通
I
り
was like, I did not know you could do
恐れる
that.
ほどではありません。
And by the way, you can't really actually do this outside of the story event. It only happens in this event story.
百射百中。
Where am I supposed to focus? Oh, I see it. There you go. Over there.
大吉。操作方法はよく覚えてます。分析員、私の力が弱くなってきているようです。どうもこの先では力が使えなくなるような気がします。一体この下には何が隠されているのでしょう。百射百中。定め、私を導いてくれるのはあなただけです。
Oh, that looks nice. The bonds of tree tresses, and twine tresses share dreams. Alright. Before long, Tengshin and I navigated Manners Labyrinth and arrived at a particular laboratory hidden deep below. Particular? No. Peculiar laboratory hidden deep below.
地上にある屋敷はただの見せかけだったのですか。分析員の暴きたい秘密が隠されているのはこの実験室の中でしょうか。
Yeah. Zero spared no efforts to keep this place operational. To protect its secrets, she even gave up awakening dust. During her dealings with Rosin, it seems she uncovered something even more dangerous. Inspection team Tao Sen is in reality scoring every inch of the area, but couldn't locate this manor. Even in this simulated construct, reach that lab would be nearly impossible without your unique abilities. Had Bubu not stumbled upon the hidden depths of the mine and uncovered this lead, we'd likely still be chased the red herring of the awakening thus. Thanks to Changshin's ability, we have reached the lab without a moment's delay. My previous attempts with others have always fallen short, no matter how close we came. The final link remained elusive. It wasn't a lack of strength that held us back. The challenge in maintaining the stability this construct world. The closer we approach its core mysteries, the more likely catastrophic collapse will occur.
一体彼女は何を企んでいるのでしょうか。
We're not entirely sure yet. The data files constructing this world has undergone countless self-iterations, evolving autonomously beyond the limits of the spindle system. Through repeated exploration, the information we gathered allowed Freedia to identify the disturbing anomaly buried deep within the data. The heart of the files was a pulsating cluster of data, growing uncontrollably like a malign tumor, seamlessly incubating something unspeakably dangerous. It defies explanation by convention science, or perhaps more accurately, this transcends the boundaries of current scientific understanding. Even more unsettling, its data patterns bore an uncanny resemblance to the fluctuations Freedia has observed in Valhalla. How Zero managed to engineer such an abomination or the full extent of the horrors it concealed was beyond me. But one thing was clear, we had to dismantle it, disrupt it, and put an end to whatever had been set into motion here.
この辺りから警備が厳重になってきたようです。
As we neared the heart of the science secrets, neither of us dared act rashly. The lab was heavily fortified, with patrols everywhere, and hidden turrets guarding key passageways.
分析員、どうやら私の力がこの辺りでは効かないようです。
Ancient instinctively tried to reshape the environment as before, but no matter how hard she focused, extraordinary changes from earlier wouldn't manifest. As to be expected. The earlier areas were largely shaped by your consciousness. Here, however, is the core of structure of the data. From this point forward, your mental influence will have little to none. Still, there are plenty of tools at our disposal to help push through. I gestured toward the conveyor belts overhead, transporting supplies across the facility. Zero's lifeline to deliver resources might just doubled as shields against turrets, or even tools to dismantle them entirely. As I spoke, my gaze flickered to my HUD, where Shangshin's vitals and stats glowing in the display. The journey through the courtyard has already taken its toll on her mind. This pressure only multiplies several folds once we enter the lab, although Changshin slightly bore it all, until she was barely holding it together. Tension. This may be a rehearsal, but it's likely our only shot.
わかりました。
You're the only one who could take this rehearsal to its fullest potential. This laboratory exists in the physical world as well.
ええ。
Tension gave a solemn nod. Now, let's do this. Roughly 20 minutes later, Tension and I broke through the lab's defenses, finally reaching the interior-most corridor. Need a rest?
大丈夫です。
I think there should be a gameplay.
フリティア先生のおかげで、せっかくこの新しい戦術装備を入手したので。
It's not just the exosuit. I don't think anyone else could have made it this far. Wait, if Freedia made the exosuit for Changshin, will Freedia make an exosuit for Needle? I'm not sure. I gaze at Changshin with profound admiration. Memorizing the lab's layout, she has mentally stimulated countless combat scenarios using her hypodermia. Hypodermias. Our perfect playthrough was a direct result of her tireless mental preparation. Standing here now, I felt an overwhelming emotion. Whatever secret this lab concealed was almost within reach. Even though I braced myself for the worst, sight of the far end of the laboratory's hallway still caught me off guard. Is that?
あれは素描でしょうか。
Tension's follow-up of my observation, a voice laced with astonishment. What kind of shrine?
作州には先祖様をまつわる習わしがあります。素描とは一族の先祖たちのお位牌を預けて礼拝を行う場所です。でもあそこにはお位牌があるように見えませんが。
No one could predict the hidden beneath the guise of a manor, and the depths of a laboratory lay a structure so steep in non-secular symbolism. Exchanging a glance, Tension and I steeled ourselves once more. Ready?
ええ。
Tension knocked a silvery arrow into her bowstring, her icy composure gleaming like a crescent moon. As Tension trained her aim on the shrine entrance, I positioned myself behind her and pushed the gate open, practically encircling her within my arms. The moment she creaked ajar, I rolled off to the side, crouching for cover and preparing to provide support fire. But Changshin's bowstrings froze, her gaze locked in disbelief. Following her line of sight, my mind reeled at what I saw. These people. This is beyond anything I could have imagined. Who would have guessed that behind all the tireless scientific efforts lay theology? So this is your grand project. You're a surprise for us, Zero. Is this what turned Beijing into such a wretched place? Are these people victims of the faith you fabricated for them? I forced the words out through clenched teeth, then drew a steady breath as I focused on the scene before us. At the center of the shrine, shrouded in a haze of incense smoke. Looming in a towering idol, around it countless figures in uniform robes kneel bowing and praying with unwavering devotion. The air was thick with ptytogens, so concentrated it was nearly solidified into a mist, blending with the swirling incense smoke. Under normal circumstances, such a high density of ptytogens would have been fatal to humans. Yet here, it floats around the idol peacefully, leaving the worshippers untouched. These people, even alive? I braced myself for something surreal, but a fresh wave of unease surged through me at the sight. To others, it might have appeared as majestic religious ceremony, but to my eyes, it felt more like a mass funeral, a living offering to their own graves.
分析あの石像の見た目
Ancient's voice trembled. The tree. To finish her thought, the massive idol bore a resemblance to the trunk of a giant tree, with the swirling ptytogens forming sprawling branches that seemed to grow endlessly. But the tree in Sojiao wasn't supposed to be here. Certainly not under Zero's control. Which meant...
シータはこの屋敷の中に木を作り出した。
So it's not Zero, it's C. I'll just call it how she said it, okay? C. Got it. I'm afraid so. So this is the ultimate truth. No wonder the Alamany within the data file mirrors Valhalla's patterns.
でもどうしてそんなことをとても正気の沙汰とは思えません。
I understood her horror. The tree's existence was shrouded in profound mystery. Even a fraction of their power has wreaked havoc across the world. And now, she dare to believe even deeper? Those who pursue immortality always seem to eventually lose themselves to madness. He wasn't the first such one had seen. And you roll. Oh fuck, I already forgot the Greek word for W. Whatever. W tried to forge an eternal empire. In Neuteros, Omega attempted to steal eternity from the Tower of Babel. And now, here in Sojiao, in the hidden recesses of Beijing, C has freed open Pandora's box. She had nearly replicated a tree. Perhaps it lacked the power of the original. Perhaps it was a mere imitation, but it stood as undeniable proof of her unrelenting ambition. And then there was Tao. What role did she plan to play in all this? Yes, she and I were partners in dismantling the pursuit of immortality, but back at the very beginning of it all. Tension, urgent cry wrenched me from my thoughts. At that moment, the kneeling figures across the tree rose in unison. Their movements were unnervingly smooth, their hollow, ghostly face turned towards us. Eyes were smothering ghost-like locked onto Changshin and me, sinister smiles curling in their lips. The sight chilled me to the bone, yet beneath the initial tensions, a realization dawned. I raised a hand to stop Changshin from releasing her arrow. Wait. Look at their eyes.
後ろを見ている。
Following their gaze, Changshan and I turned towards the gate. There, silent as a raft, stood a faintly discernible figure.
シータ。
Seamlessly oblivious to our presence, the figure glided towards the shrine hearts, ascending the dais encircled by the congregation.
シータ様、お待ちしておりました。
例の件はどうなった？
儀式は準備万端です。シータ様のご指示さえあればすぐにでも。
よくやった。これより申告は扉を開き、あなたたちを迎え入れてくれることだろう。
Does she have a prosthetic leg? Looks like it. See, spoken with a gentle, almost compassionate smile.
さて、飛翔の儀式を始めよう。今こそ救いようのない俗世界から解き放たれるがいい。苦痛と汚れに満ちた現実を捨て、深刻で極楽を享受したまえ。
は、シータ様のご恩は永遠に忘れません。諸君よ、粛清をあげよ。謁見の時が来た。今こそ秦国へ帰り、天命を授かろうではないか。
I felt a blood-curdling absurdity in the air. Moments later, a fervent chorus erupts.
永遠の世界へ共に帰ろう。共に帰ろう。共に帰ろう。
The chant surged. Voices crashes like waves against a shore, building to an overwhelmingly crescendo. Then, abruptly, all fell silent. In that suffocating stillness, Changshan and I witnessed the unimaginable. One by one, the devotees' bodies crumble like fragile ash. Disintegrating into the air. Even their leaders succumbed, her form dissolving into titagens, dispersing like smoke into the shrine haze. My earlier promotion solidifies into chilling reality. This was no ceremony for the living. These devotees had ceased to be human long ago. The titagens had devoured them entirely, reducing their presence to nothing more than a feel for the tree. And it was too late for us to stop it.
今のは昔に実際起きた出来事でしょうか。
Changshan has already come to her senses, her eyes shimmering.
まさかこの木はもう。
No, we still have time. According to Fridia's projections, the data growth pattern hasn't reached its apex yet. That means the tree hasn't fully matured. If we track it down and destroy it now, we still stand a chance of stopping it all this. That was precisely why I've come to uncover the hidden truth. Before I could explain further, however, Z suddenly turned her gaze upon us. Her benevolent mouth shadowed into glacial hostility, her piercing eyes gleaming with cold, deadly intent. For a moment, I felt as if the past has come alive. Yet I knew this was just a replay of a long-gone event.
タウンを飼いならしたネズミどもよ。よくここまでたどり着いた。 くるとは私も舐められたもんだ。
With a cold sheer, she left the now empty shrine.
さっき彼女が言ったのは
Boo Boo. This must have been the moment she was noticed by the enemy. The pieces clicked into the place. This was why Boo Boo has been the solo casualty among Al's inspection team. While gathering data on the outskirts, she must have intercepted a unique signal emanating from this place by accident. It triggered some sort of resonance that exposed her to this secret. What exactly is she trying to do with this tree she built from all the devotions she gathered? Whatever it is, we'll find out soon enough. No sooner has finished that the lights cut out, and oppressive darkness felt like an impenetrable curtain, swallowing the shrine whole.
分析
Chengxin managed only a single cry before silencing herself. Her posture taut with vigilance as her sharp gaze swept the area. From the suffocating blackness came low, guttering breathing, hinting that some monstrous creature were closing in from all sides. With a subtle flick of her sleeves, a faint, soothing fragrance envelops me, easing the tension in my chest. Though the darkness was our enemy, Chengxin reigned supreme within it. As the light in her eyes illuminates all. Before the shrine has plunged into darkness, her memory has already captured every detail of our surroundings. In a heartbeat, her delicate hand found my wrist, and I instinctively followed her as we broke into a sprint. 2 targets, 9 o'clock. Even a shadow obscured my visions. I sensed the shifting flow of Taitogens around us. Ambushers, no matter how stealthy, disturbed the current Taitogens with their movements, giving away their positions like ripples on still water. In the next movement, two slivers of silver lights sliced through the darkness. Chengxin's arrows, before found their mark, piercing through the skulls of unseen assailants before they could close in. Standing guard at Chengxin's side, I tracked their remaining threats, fending them off to give her window for precision strikes. Together, we secured enough for Chengxin to lead us to her chosen spot, a dead end backed by a solid wall, eliminating threats from behind.
ここから私が分析員の武器になります。
With those words, Chengxin leaned into my arms, her slender frame pressing softly against my chest. I understand her intent immediately. I held her close. Her subtle fragrance envelops me as I steady her arm. Sorry. Her steady fragrance enveloped me as I steadied her arms with both arms. Guiding by my grip, she drew the bowstrong taut. Arrow after arrow whistled into the gloom, each striking with lethal precision. Though she fought alone, her relentless barrage resembles the combined fire of an entire battalion. This was no mortal feat. It was like an ethereal dance of divine archery. Minutes later, silence reclaimed the shrine. The arithmetic cadence in our breaths and heartbeat was all that remains. The enemies have all been quelled. As light gradually sweeps back into the scene, the scattered remains of the monsters began dissolving into titygens, dissipating into the air like smoke. Finally, we stood before the strange, otherworldly tree. I'll take it from here. Tension stood silently by my side, her head bowed. In the meantime, I extend a hand towards the tree trunks. As if sensed my intent or reacting to a perceived threat, the titygens cling to the tree convulsed, trembling as though alive. A deluge of chaotic information surged towards me. Among the information torrents, maddening fragments whispered and half-formed proof of the faith clawed in my mind. For a moment, I faltered under the storm of chaos. I quickly steadied myself, pressing onward as my hand reached towards forward. Yet, before my hands could finally close the distance, Tension suddenly stepped between me and the tree, preventing me from further interaction. I looked at her in confusion. Before I could proceed the moment, she took a step closer, raising on her toes. She kissed me, first on the cheek, then softly on my lips. Tension, you do realize I'm wide awake now, don't you? As our lips parted, I suppressed the swirl of emotions within me. Her pale cheeks were once again tingled with a faint blush. Her shimmering eyes awash with a ethereal mist.
分かっててそうしたのです。
I saw a look of determination in her face. I wanted to say something, but she sensed my question and response without hesitation.
分析員にこの木を触らせては。分析員ももうわかると思いますが、この木はこれまでのとは別物です。
You're right. It's weaker compared to the real one, isn't it? I forced a smile, hoping to lighten the mood. To my surprise, the attempt only seemed to unsettle her further.
分析員、こんな時に冗談は控えてください。
She gripped my hand tightly, her gaze even more resolute than ever. Slowly, her slender fingers interlocked with mine, collapsing them together as if to anchor me.
そろそろ教えてくれませんか？一体何をするつもりなのでしょうか？
Tao and I devised a special plan. Using the spindle system, I'll locate the tree presence in reality. Once I find it, I'll destroy it.
どうすれば？
By infusing my consciousness into the tree, it will protect me to its physical location. It's dangerous, I know. But Tao and I have taken every precaution to minimize the risks. And you're the one of those precautions. Infiltrating the manor in the real world, that was Changshin's upcoming role in the plan.
そう言っておきながら、本当は他にも狙いがあるはずです。
My heart skipped a beat at her words. The moment I felt those surging fragments of information from the tree, I made another decision. I didn't expect Changshin to see through it so quickly.
この木を取り入れようとお考えでしょう。
Her voice head steadily, her gaze unwavering, yet a profound sorrow lingered in her eyes.
人々の信心から成り立っているこの木と、その内なるものを。
Her voice faltered, the sadness too heavy for her to finish. That's the least of my concerns. I can't let my operatives shoulder the risk in my place. Besides, I've done this many times before. It's part of why I exist. I force a smile, hoping to ease her mind.
そんなのありえません。分析員はそんなことをするための存在なわけがありません。分析員は私たちにとってかけがえのない無比の存在です。もうこれ以上見たくないのです。イエロ社、ニューガントラ、そして搾取。そんなに自分を追い詰める分析員の姿はもう見たくないのです。どうしていつもあんな危険に分析員をさらさなきゃダメなのですか？そんなこと私にだって。
Okay, I see the tears right now. It's very subtle, but you can see it. Tension.
言わせてください。
I found myself at a loss for words. Her gaze burned with unshakable resolve, her emotions swelling like a storm, her very soul ablaze, fire reaching out to mine.
この任務を引き受けた時にタウさんから言われました。私はみんなと違うと。私がこの特別なデータを受け入れられるのは才能があったからです。今という今ほど自分が憎んでいた消えてくれない記憶を運命の賜物だと思ったことはありません。私にはできます。分析員以外に唯一この木を取り入れて分離させることができるのは私だけです。だから信じてくれませんか？私にはそれができるのです。
You really leave me no room to argue, do you? But I tightened my grip on her hand, as much as she couldn't bear to see me risk myself. How could I stand by and let her do the same? But she saw through me once again.
橋に登った時に分析員は約束してくれたでしょ。何でも聞いてくれると。その約束を今ここで果たしてもらいたい。
Tension. Before I could respond, she stepped closer. Her lips, softened than rose petals, and fragrant as a spring breeze, pressed against mine, silencing me completely.
それでも不安でしたら保険をかけましょう。いつでもどこでもお互い見つけられる保険を。
Safeguard?
分析員のおっしゃったように、私はこの世界の多くのことに干渉できます。ここへ来る途中に気づいたのです。この世界に働きかける力はまだ完全には消えていません。おそらくこの木の影響でしょうけど、その力に少し特殊な変化があったのです。世界を一変させるほど立派なものではありませんが、とても大事な一つのことをやり遂げるのに十分。自分はそんな気がします。分析員と永遠のちぎりを結びたい。
The bond of eternal union.
搾取に伝わる最古の契約です。交わされた二人は見えない糸でつながれているように、何があっても離れ離れになることはありません。
How do we do that?
示します。
She murmured against my lips, and in the warmth and sweetness of her kiss, I felt a subtle sting. She had bitten into my lip. My blood tingled her lip, crimson as the finest rouge. It was utter breathtaking. She leaned even closer, barring the delicate curves of her shoulder.
私の体に印を残してください。
Her usual cool composure has melted into something tender and intoxicating, her voice carrying an uncharacteristic allure. What do I do?
私がしたのと同じように。
A smile graced upon her lips, radiant as a spring bloom, drawn in by her floral scent. I leaned down, by her shoulder. My teeth sank into her porcelain-like shoulder. She trembled lightly, her arms circling my head in a delicate embrace.
分析。哀れまないでください。
Fight harder. Warm blood swells from the wound, tracing a vivid scarlet trail down her shoulder. Mesmerized, I watch as she touched a fingertip of the crimson hue, pulled a strand of her hair, mixed the two.
分析。手を貸して。
Reach out. Taking my hand, she wrapped the bloody strand around her fingertips. In a swift motion, she plucked a strand of my hair, strained it with the red on her lips before handing it to me.
今から分析員の番です。
Wrapped the strand of hair around her fingertip.
これでちぎりは結ばれました。これからこの体、この魂、この命がすべてあなたと共にあらんことを。
She eased her robe back over her shoulder. Her lines sounded archaic and ceremonial, yet it was carried a ethereal lightness, as if it might drift beyond my reach.
私のすべては分析員のためにあります。消えちゃったりはしませんよ。
As if seeing drew me, she offered a reassuring smile. My lips parted slightly as I became acutely aware of this strange new connection, tangible and undeniable, now formed between us. Be it superstition or something beyond comprehension. In that moment, I became a believer in such power, for it now held something even more precious than my own life. You have only one chance.
十分です。
If you fail. Ow.
失敗はしません。分析員も必ず。
I nodded, tightening my grip on the strand of her hair as I turned towards the tree. Standing before it, a maelstrom of emotions surged within me. Anger, frustration, and perhaps perhaps a restless urge. An urge to bring all this to an end. But I couldn't finally hold her close. This time, I will win. I spoke to the tree. It gave no reply, only emanating endless wails and roars. Grotesque faces wrist within its form, as if strands to devour everything in sight. Ignoring the cacophony, I turned back for one last look at Changshin.
また現実で。
Till we meet again in reality. Oh, so we were supposed to speak together. Oh well, I wouldn't know that. Only after the adjacent vanished from sight did Changshin stagger backwards, finally sinking into the ground, utterly spent. Jaw clenched against the ache of parting. Her trembling lips gave voice to a quiet murmur.
いつも夢見ていましたのに。かんざしを刺し、髪を結ってもらって、襟を正してあげる日を。
She hadn't told me directly, not out of hesitation, but she intended to speak those words face to face in reality. Her hand slowly tightened, plus clenching the strand of her hair coiled around her fingertip. Oh, that was actually a very long dialogue. Give me a moment. Okay. We did 3, now we're up to 4. Thunderous might. A shared fight. A unified purpose.
System が復旧しました。使用者チェンシンの意識がシステムから離脱しました。
As Changshin returned to reality, he gasped violently for air. The medical team, who has been on standby for hours, rushed for her side, administering immediate care.
成功したか。
Life voice carried no trace of relief, despite the apparent success. Just moments ago, alarms has blurred from this treatment pod, screens awash with incomprehensible streams of data. A piercing noise has pounded in Life's heart like war drum. She has barely restrained herself from shutting down the spindle system and extracting them prematurely, holding fast to the adjustant's last directives. Hold on. My bad. Changshin's thoughts remained tangled, a whirlwind of emotions swirling in her mind. She still felt trapped in the final moments of that world, with memories of her daring actions and the weight of that promise replaying. For a long while, she couldn't bring herself to meet anyone's gaze. After all, she lost the adjustment, though it has been his decision, and she was dead set on bringing him back. The fact remained, he has vanished under her watch.
そんな顔しちゃって分析員に何かひどいことでもされたの？
The lioness asked, grinding her teeth. Her emotions barely kept in check. Chengxin's eyes flickered, but it was Fanny's next words that truly caught her off guard.
悪いけどぼーっとする暇はないわ。まだ動けるならさっさと準備を始めなさい。これから出発するんだから。
Chengxin looked up to find Fanny in her starshine exosuit, standing firmly beside her. The heavily armed girl stomped her boot. This is pretty long. Hold on. The heavily armed girl stomped her boot on the edge of the treatment pod, loading in gold magazine into her gun and pulling back the bolt, while she tried to suppress her fury. There was an unmistakable cold frenzy in her face. However, the sharpness in her eyes was not a direct at Chengxin. Following Fanny's gaze, Chengxin turned sharply towards the adjacent pod, realizing the blaring alarm has gone silent. By the pod, the petty pink-haired girl held her hair tablet tightly. Her teeth sink into the lower lip.
分析員の意識シグナル観測不可。プロフェインバーブの投下成功。
Rydia's jaws tightened as she fought back tears, forcing a brave front. Still, in her eyes glittering with unshed tears, a fierce resolve flickered. Now clad in her infinite sight exosuit, life remains stoic. She reached out, her fingers brushed gently against her beloved face. Only the warmth of his skin and the rhymes of his steadily breathing could bring her a sliver of peace.
座標の特定は？マーシル、大丈夫か？
Monsieur froze for a few seconds before snapping out of it. She shook her head, signaling that she was fine, then reluctantly drew her gaze away from the adjustant's face.
フリティア先生開発でアカシア命名のプログラムデュエルはとっくに稼働中にゃん。座標の特定と追跡はもうバッチリにゃん。たった今指定作戦区域に最も近い無人戦闘機群が行った威力偵察に続いて他の無人機群も指定座標に向かって集結中にゃん。無人機の完成はアカシアが引き継いでいるにゃん。私たちが着くと空路を開けてくれるらしいにゃん。
As Monsieur delivered her report, her grip on the tablet tightened unconsciously.
ご苦労だった。前準備ができたのならそろそろ出発を。
Life had intended to place a tender kiss on her beloved forehead, but knowing the others shared her feelings, he restrained the urge. However, the moment her hand left the adjustant's forehead, an uncontrollable spark crackled across her body. Her majestic power seems to overflow through the electricity in her eyes.
これは一体。
Only now did Changshin notice the whirlwind of activities extended outside the medical bay. Beyond its doors, supplies were being hastily gathered and ferried away in droves. Inside, logistics personnel converged near the Justin's treatment pod, as if prepared for an elaborate operation. Changshin's heart tightened.
彼が策定した特別作戦だ。あえて罠に乗っかって現実世界にあるシータの拠点を突き止め、そして私たちが最大戦力で奇襲をかける。
そうよ。
Benny's voice bristled with ferocity, each word sharp with a fierce anger burning in her throat.
見せしめと有象無象への勧告を兼ねた作戦だ。どうも私たちはこれまで長い間世間に情けをかけすぎた。そのせいか多くの人が忘れかけている。ユグドラシル社、私たちヘイムダル部隊が得意とするのは災害の救援や平和維持だけではない。
Flicker of restraints of lightning danced in her left eye. The words that escaped her ruby lips crackled with the ferocity of storm, radiating cold, thunderous authority.
私たちのお箱は強行突破、迎撃、強襲、絶対的な火力。
まとめると、
Penny narrowed her eyes, barring her pearly teeth in a predatory display, like a lioness, puffing out her chest and flaunting her razor-sharp fangs and claws, excluded regional ferocity and unyielding dominance.
ぶっ壊すことだわ。誰だろうと分析員を奪うものなら、完膚なきまで叩き潰してやるわよ。
すべては分析員の手の内。
Changshin murmured, her gaze glittering between life's commanding radiance and Benny's leonine majesty. Yeah, Benny's leonine majesty. Her heart trembles instinctively. She thought of her resolve, yet for a fleeting moment, she felt fragile, almost insignificant. Before she could dwell further, life-poised voice broke through her thoughts.
この作戦ではアローヘッドになってもらう。すまない。重役を果たしてもらうから余計な気を使わせたくないと分析員からことづかったので、向こうで作戦の情報が抜けることも避けたかった。この後は私たちが隙を作る。屋敷の構造に一番詳しいチェンシンには分析員から出された指示を全うしてもらう。もちろん可能な限り早く。
Without waiting for a response, Life turned and strolled purposely towards the aircraft bridge where the airship awaits. Penny flickered her shining blonde pigtails, throwing a sharp glance at Changshin.
今更になって務まる自信がありませんなんてこと言わないわよね。
Changshin didn't reply. In his silent determination, she tore the IV needles and tubes from her body and reached out for her bow.
相手が誰だろうと必ず分析員を連れ戻します。
The massive airfield adjourned. The facility has been cleared out. Piles of military supplies laid ready and fully assembled. Assault units stood waiting for transport. Caroline darted across the tarmac on her short legs, juggling the task of inspecting cargo, issuing instructions, and coordinating over the radio.
通常物資はチェック済みで火力装備もバッチリ。アカシアがスノーブレイクアクーマの積載を許可してほしいって？却下です。あれは整備中なのです。
Wait, is this the first time we actually heard Caroline speak? If that's so, I like it. I like it a lot.
エンヤが重火器をもう支給したでしょ？もっと殺傷力の高いやつ？だからもう支給済みです。大量破壊兵器がいい？無理無理、いくらなんでも無理です。
Damn, she is cute. She is cute. I love Caroline also.
ブブが出撃したいんだって？却下です。ちゃんと西洋に専念させてって分析員が言ってましたよ。
Okay. As for the trailer, everybody is joining in.
一旦切ります。また後で。イチェル、何してるんですか
Caroline throws misstep, dumbfounded by the sight in front of her. Half buried headfirst in the crate of grenades. Etrio's legs stuck out comedically as she rummaged frantically, stuffing grenade after grenade into her pocket without a glance at Caroline. Frustrated Caroline gazed upon Marilyn, who is walking over with a large rocket launcher. Despite the bulky weapon, Marine maintained her usual graceful stride.
マリアン、よく来ましたね。イチェルは何をしてるんですか？
はあ、確か大好きな分析員を奪おうとするやつはイチェルがぶっ飛ばしてやるがおうって言ってましたっけ？まあ別にいいのではないかと思いますが。
Oh yes, I feel the Marine's malicious tone right there as well.
そういえばカロリンさんに一つ頼み事をしてもいいですか？
Marine's soft, courteous smile has held a subtle but unmistakable aura of danger.
仮想度テクノロジーに一部空路の使用権限を与えてくれませんか？分析員さんのために用意した持参金じゃなくて兵器庫を使いたいと思ったのです。
マリアン、自分の言ってることが分かっていますか？
Marine tilted her head thoughtfully, beginning to count on her fingers all of a sudden.
私の兵器庫にはほぼ一つの砲兵編隊を武装させ、約10回の砲和攻撃をも可能にすることができ、最大では。
はいはい、もう分かりました。授業はそこまででお願いします。会社の投入した兵器で十分です。そもそも今回の進行ターゲットは重火力並走拠点だけで大規模な軍事基地なんかじゃないんですよ。
そうなんですか。本当に残念ですね。
Caroline was still searching for a proper response, while her earpiece crackled with urgency.
情報官さん、一機のヘリコプターが勝手に離陸しました。
Oh, that's the logistic officer? What? That's how she sounds like? Oh well, it could be a random person. I'm not sure. The update was hardly necessary. Caroline has already spotted the heavy helicopter lifting off in the distance. Her sharp eyes caught the gents of the pilot's glasses. In the co-pilot seat, Hannah was frantically flipping through the thick manual. Occasionally, her expression abruptly shifted to reveal a difficult to suppress impatience. Caroline recalled that the unit was temporarily commanded by Kaya, so she immediately opened the channel.
カーシア、それ何のつもりですか？
夢で分析員と一緒にヘリコプターの操縦体験に参加したことあるってビデオが言ってたんだから。
They call her Cassia. I keep on calling her Kaya. I think some people say that. So it's pronounced Cassia. Okay.
そんな理由だけで？
Although we did hear them say Cassia earlier in the progressive one, so I'm just saying it now only because I want to rush through a little bit further.
ま、正確に言えば飛ばさせたのは私だけど、いかんせんパイロットが来るの遅すぎて。
はい？
Although I find it interesting, I thought they would put her in a Dongwing exosuit, but this one seems more appropriate. But Marine suit exosuit does not. I don't know. And there's Nita. She's so out of place here. Whatever. Standing at the helicopter opening hatch, Cassia gripped her crossbow firmly, her gaze fixed on the horizon, tinted with a razor-sharp intensity. Across from her, Nita clung to the hatch edge with one arm, staring at the same horizon. Her other hand encased in a powered exoskeleton which clenched into a tight fist.
どうやらマリアンたちもそろそろ出発しないといけないみたいですね。
Oh, that was that show? Okay, Sirius, Haru, and Enya. Taking in the scene, Marine pulled Echo out of the grenade crate. That's so funny. Inside a waiting transport nearby, Sirius sat ready, replying recording of her words. They always brought her a sense of calm. I was trying to scroll, but it didn't really work. Not far off, Haru silently polished the blade of her Apoduscus. Abscondiscus. That's a really hard word. A keen edge reflecting the same icy ruthlessness in her eyes. I swear, I really love Haru's hairstyle so much. It's really pretty. Anya took the rocket launcher from Marine with a gentle smile, though a glint in her eyes betrayed a fiery desire for destruction. Several minutes later, Caroline dragged her tired body into Tao's office.
タオさん、もう手に負えません。やっぱり分析員が仕切ってないと一気にカオスになるんですよ。
なら好きなようにさせなさい。彼女たちは何をするべきかは分かっていますから。
Oh, that's how Tao sounds like. Interesting. He got like almost every voice actor in this. Standing by the massive floor-to-ceiling window, Tao surveyed the hectic scene below with a calm, inscrutable gaze. The company began operating like a well-oiled war machine. Precise, efficient, and composed. It was exactly as she has envisioned countless times before, especially the Heimdall forces. Under the Justin leadership, Heimdall has become an indomitable force, as unyielding as iron.
チェンシンは決めましたよ。それでも計画通りに進めますか？
Hal asked abruptly, though no one else was present. A flicker across her eyes, as if unseen words were being projected onto them.
心配？確かに。あなたにとってみんな宝物のような存在ですし、それに諸事情であなたには現場へ行ってもらわないと。わかりました。会社の方は私が受け持ちますから。
今のはひょっとして。
そのひょっとしてです。
分析員か。みんな気が気でないこのカオスな光景。ほんと彼に見てもらわないと気が済まないくらいです。
カロリンも含めて。カロリンは何か不平でもありますか？
私はもう前線から引退しましたよ。
Ah, okay. So she used to be an operative. That's... yeah. I'm really curious about this now. I'll remain non-committal. Yeah. Committal. I'll remain uncommittal to Caroline's reply.
ヤオの準備はどうなっていますか？
グラニュアルスビスの輸送準備ならもうできています。ヤオと分析員の移動は完了しました。でも本当に人手を増やさなくていいんですか？
テスがいれば十分です。
Oh, by the way, I don't have Tess. She's also an operative, but then I lack her at this point. Hal's voice was calm and confident.
奇跡を作り出すマジシャンは時には奇跡そのものにもなったりしますよ。
そうですか。
Caroline, well aware of Tess' past, knew one thing for certain. Tess has always been the most versatile card in Hal's hand, but now that card belongs to the Justin. Standing by a small transport airship, Tess forced herself to swallow her anxiety and concern for the Justin as she waved to someone approaching.
輸送機はもうすぐ出発だよ。
Oh my god, I haven't heard Tess for so long. Damn, it feels very satisfying. As Tess spoke, she couldn't help but steal a glance at the treatment pod. Yao was wheeling, where her most cherished person lay in repose. Yao noticed Tess' wandering gaze. Recognizing the feeling they shared, she hesitated briefly before speaking.
テス、ちょっとこれ押してくれない？え？本当にいいの？
Without waiting for a confirmation, Tess eagerly stepped in, pushing the treatment pod decidedly. Watching her enthusiasm, Yao's expression turned momentarily complex. Wait, they're moving me? That's weird. Hold on. I had to sneeze.
あんたって本当に無遠慮だな。なんかごめんね。なんて言うのかな。だって
私分析員のこと大好きだもん。
Tess's cheeks flushed as red as apples. Her radiant smile infectious and brimming with warmth. Infectious.
その素直なところ本当に羨ましいな。え、イハオさんの方こそ。
Tess was about to say something when suddenly a figure appeared in the distance, carrying two equipment crates. The figure weaved swiftly through the logistics personnel. Ah, Fredia, that's the enthusiasm I want to hear. Skiddling to the halt right before the two, Fredia nearly lost her balance under the crate's momentum. Yao reached out just in time to steadily the crates and help keep Fredia upright.
危なかった。フリティア先生間に合った。
フリティア先生、今回は後方支援に回るんじゃなかったっけ？
いや、そうだけど物を届けに来ただけ。はい、これヤオと分析員のために用意したんだ。いざという時に使って。
わかった。
Yao accepted the heavy crates, fully aware of their contents.
それとです、ヤオ。私のリンゴ、いや、分析員を傷一つなく守ってくださいね。
Long ago, a great scientist had a fateful encounter with an apple. For her, the adjustant was the very apple that Dustin had chosen for her.
じゃあ約束だね。
Fredia forced a smile, trying to mask her sense of loss. She thought such a reply might make her feel better.
約束ってよりも。
おい。
誓いかな。それに3人のじゃなくて私たちみんなの誓いだ。
Yao extended her fist, her expression resolute. Tess' eyes lit up as she quickly joined in. A smaller fist followed, completing the trio.
一緒に分析員を。
Ooh. This could mean something. Tess could have a new exosuit or something. Probably.
連れ戻す。
Okay, now we're going to Progressive 5, I think. Yep, we're on to Progressive 5, and we're almost there. It's a very long dialogue. Onward, unstoppable, commitment from the heart.
ギャラルホルン湾より正体各位。現時点をもって作戦区域に到達。繰り返します。ギャラルホルン湾作戦区域に到達。エリア B1 敵防空システムの全滅が確認。ヘイムダル部隊スタンバイ。更新終了。ヘイムダル部隊投下用意。5秒前、4秒前、3秒前。
Static-filled announcements crackled through the comms. White clouds drift leisurely across the azure sky, but suddenly a massive black colossus emerged as if it has crossed over to another realm, casting an immense shadow over the land below. Galahorn 1, the heavy transport aircraft, disengage in a cloaking field, like a divine throne descending from the constellation. It hovers between the heavens and the earth. As the countdown reaches its final beat, the throne reaches hatch. A roaring wind instantly urged into the cabin. At the edge of the open hatches stood Life, her icy blue hair whipping wildly in the gale, yet her posture remained as steady as a monolith. Her gaze sweeping across the expanse below. From the horizon, the blazing sun bathed the vast desert in the radiant light, making it shine with a blood-red hue that had an almost sinister beauty. Beneath the aircraft, nestled between jagged cliffs, lay their target, the secluded manor. Its location now lays bare.
戦闘部隊が迎撃を食らって身動き取れなくなってるから道作ってあげろって。ウェンズデー、何突っ立ってるのよ。さっさと行くわよ。
The golden twin tails of the lioness shimmered brilliantly, dancing wildly in the fierce wind, yet her step was steadily as she moved to Life's side, casting a serious gaze over the scenery below.
標的はあれか。
って獲物の横取りは認めないわよ。
The turbulent air quivers with an electrifying tension, as if heavy with the arcade tangs of gunpowder and the sharp edge of impending violence. Almost simultaneously, the Dweewus within the two girls stirred. The divine power coursed through their veins like a molten lava. Silver lightning and golden flames torn down from the heavens, striking the earth nearly in unison. In the blink of an eye, the behemoth machines blocking the entrance to the manor were obliterated by two radiant beams of light. The resulting explosion hurling nearby troops through the air like ragdolls. As the smoke and debris settled, two slender figures emerges. Bennett chuckled coldly, a fiery glow in her pupils flickering like crimson flames. Her gaze bold and unrestrained swept over the regrouping soldiers as they moved to surround her.
失せるか、それとも死ぬかだわ。
The encroaching enemies remained silent, their fear palpable. Still, they raised their weapons, cautiously closing in.
そう、選んだのなら。
In Life's left eye, a bolt of lightning flared like a glimpse of divine wrath. High above, Gallahorn 1 continued its relentless bombardment, gripping the balance of the battlefield in Heimdall's favor. Back. In the illusionary space, I replaced the magazine, racking the bolts smoothly to chamber to the next round. Not far ahead, a tall figure stood, waiting as she had anticipated my arrival. It was not the least bit expected to me.
回り回って結局ここにたどり着いたか、分析員。
Of course I have. This intel nearly cost one of my precious operatives her life. It's far too valuable to let slip. But we have succeeded in reclaiming Bubu's consciousness. Recovery would take time. For now, he remains under the care of Rehabilitation Center.
歯のネズミ、死に損なったので覚醒者にもなれたとは、よっぽどの強運じゃないか。
C sneered, her tone casually and dismissive, yet carrying a faint undertone of something deeper and inscrutable. To me, such an act was nothing but a farce. Save it. There's no way Yggdrasil has been infiltrated by your spies. Whoever you know, you pulled from this space, didn't you? I had taken precautions when we probed the special data. Dream filed the spindle system. Still, it was possible he had piggybacked on the system to intercept the fragments of information.
なるほど。あなた相手にオメガとパイがやられたのもうなずける。
I was trying to figure out what the W she was trying to say, but I couldn't hear it. It won't be long before that fairness extends to you.
あなたはすぐ調子づいてしまうところがいけない。確かに昔はあなたを買いかぶった節があったが、今のあなたはたったの一人。それで何ができるというのか。
The arch of brow, her gaze dripping with cold scorn. Don't worry. There's plenty I can do. I'll dismantle your shrine, strip away your divinity, smash your clay idol, and shatter your desperate ambitions. Then, I'll bury them all. A cold mocking sneer escaped C. Yet in that moment, a montage of faces flashes before my eyes. A surge of warmth swells within me, filling me with strength and courage that brought a bold, defiant smile to my lips. And, more importantly, where did you get the impression I was alone? C's sardonic laughter cuts off abruptly. I raise my gun, aiming directly at her forehead and pulling the trigger. With a deafening explosion, Nita whistled in satisfaction, declaring the miner's defenses line utterly obliterated. The mortal shells responsible hasn't been fired from the already destroyed motor, although barehanded by Nita herself. Led by the manifestations, Yggdrasil elite forces breached the perimeter like an unstoppable spearheaded in full throttle. Indestructible, unrelenting, once unleashed, this unit dominated the battlefield as the ultimate war machine. The assault on the manor has reached its fever pitch.
止めろ！近づかせるな！
A heavy armored vehicle, bristled with a turret, burst into the battlefield from the flank. But Kaya, I'm gonna call her Kaya. Already forgot her name is Cassia. Cassia has already spotted the threat from her elevated vantage point.
シーリス、9時方向、接敵準備を。
No sooner had Cassia spoke, the petite figure emerges from makeshift cover. Furious, charged headlong into the vehicle. Her golden force field screen colliding with it. The impact was thunderous, forcing the massive vehicle to a jarring halt. Its thick armor plating buckled under the blow.
早く！あいつを狙え！
The turret swiveled to target Sirius, who was disoriented with the impact. Before she could regain her bearing, another figure leaped onto the vehicle with the ferocity of a snow leopard. Echo? Is it Echo? Oh my god, yes, we finally hear her! Hell yeah! With a furious punch, Echo bent the turret barrel out of shape. He then lunged into the vehicle roof and ripped the hatchet open with a brute force. Hold on. Okay. Cries and curses erupt from the inside. Echo, growling, fiercely pulled out the sack of high explosive grenades and tossed them in the car. Echo and Sirius has barely cleared off when a massive explosive torn the armored vehicle apart. A swarm of Haiku Connect soldiers emerged from cover, attempting to encircle Sirius and Echo, who were now isolated from the main force.
マリアン、来るわよ。
マリアンチーム出撃します。
From the battlefield edge, assault vehicle bearing Vidrasil insignia sped towards Echo and Sirius, rushing to their aid. But before it could reach them, a lock-on alarm barred Ballard. From a bunker hidden beneath the courtyard rose a platform, revealing a multi-barreled missile turret. Several lightweight missiles launches, striking the speeding assault vehicle in quick succession. But as the vehicle seems to shatter, violet threads shimmer in the air. As if a movie screen has been removed, the explosion dissipated into nothingness. It was Vidia's handiwork. The missiles had hit nothing but the illusionary craft by her. The real assault vehicle burst out from behind the Mirage, with Anya slamming the accelerator and wrenching the steering wheels to dodge another salvo. In the back seat, Channel gritted her teeth and leaned out, firing with pinpoints precision to take down the ambushing soldiers nearby. As the remaining missiles from the bunker launch in the unison, her eyes flashes and suddenly sharpen with unspoken resolve. Is it gonna be Marisol? Oh yeah, Marisol! Damn, she's hot! Damn, she's hot! Marisol appears, snapping her fingers with a sharp crack. The rampage energy she unleashed instantly corrosate into a massive black hole, swallowing all the missiles into nothingness. Oh yeah, that's her ability. It's really insane. In the co-pilot seat, Marilyn leaned out. Her delicate shoulders steadily buckled rockets, launch her aim at the bunker.
分析員さんとの間に立ちふさがるものは
It's actually the same. We didn't get to hear Channel or Marisol.
まとめて言ってもらいますよ。
The rocket struck true, hurling deep into the bunker. Soldiers scrambled desperately to escape, but a massive explosion erupted from within, sending a searing fireball skyward through the breach and engulfing the entire bunker into flames.
ハルさん、バトンタッチ。
The assault vehicle roared across the battlefield, relentless, as it hurls towards the manor's gates. At the last possible moment, Enya spun the wheel sharply into its limits, flooring the brakes. Tires screeches against the ground, carving searing black marks into the earth. Before the vehicle even came to a halt, a figure leaped into the air, propelling a sheer momentum. The razor-sharp blade of Abscondius. I have a hard time. How do you pronounce this word? Abscondius. Abcondius. The sharp blade of Abcondius arced through the air, leaving a dazzling, fiery streak in its wake. With a decisive blow, it sliced cleanly through the gate as if it were made of butter, leaving behind a gaping rupture.
こちらマリアン小隊、通路が開きました。アローヘッド、 投下可能です。繰り返し。待って、何かあります、後ろに。
From behind the manor, a massive shadow surged into view. A towering Nai-type mech. Its shoulder mounts canyons humming ominously with devastating energy. Marine trio, now reinforcing by Echo and Sirius, sprinting in from the rear, bracing themselves for battle. However, the next moment, a cool voice cut through the comms.
心配することないわ。あれは任せて。外の方は頼んだわよ。
A stealth glider, veiled in the camel paint, whooped down like a falcon diving into its prey as the wind roaring around her. Hey, Cassia leaped from the glider, her arms spread wide like wings. The mech's targeting system instantly locked into her descending form, its shoulder canyons weaving to track her movements. Cassia stared impassively with the gaping barrels aimed at her. In that moment, her thoughts flickered briefly to an untamed waltz, a dance of two souls high above the heavens. A flickering of blue light shimmered in the air, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Mech's targeting system lost its marks. When Cassia reappears, her icy bolts were already embedded deep within the mech's core. Meanwhile, under the cover of Cassia's distraction, another figure descended silently from the glider. Unnoticed, she slipped into the manor, advanced towards its depth.
分析。今行きます。
My bullets tore through C's form, and yet it passes straight through, like slicing through a phantom, leaving no trace to harm. C dismissed the attack entirely, though her focus shifted as if sensing something else, an icy gleam flickering in her eyes as she pulled visual feeds of scenes outside.
一人じゃなかったか。それがあなたの自信の根拠だったのか。わずかな時間でこんな大掛かりな作戦を展開できるとは。どうもヘイラルを少し見くびっていたようだ。と言っても見下すのはお互い様だがな。
She sighed softly, but the disdain etched across her features only grew sharper.
屋敷に入ってきたら落ち合えるとでも。たとえ運よく見つけられたとしても、大抵その時、あなたは屍になっている。
Have you considered the possibility that what you've seen is just the beginning? My reinforcements, they're far stronger than you could imagine. I turned my palm upward, revealing a tiny robot shaped like cat head. The little device, no longer able to contain its excitement, began bouncing energetically in my hand.
ウイルスが検出されました。報告しますにゃん。
I think that's Matsuo. Device, I'm not sure.
ウイルスが検出されました。報告しますにゃん。防空システム起動。ウイルススレイヤー、ヤオ、投下完了。
The fabricated space roaring and trembled. Structure violently disrupted. A spindle system has launched a counter-invasion into the artificial Valhalla. In that moment, I saw C composure falter for the first time. Okay, now it's Yao's turn. Let's do this. Oh wait, it's not Yao's yet? Okay. Okay, it's not yet done. Let's keep on using Changshin.
弓を引いたからにはこちらアローヘッド地下実験室に到着オーバースピンドルシステムで予行演習を行ったのはこれらの箱を利用すれば
Sorry about that. The airborne carrier grip is weak. Shoot this pod to make the container fall. Destroy the conveyor belt at the right time to take down multiple enemies in one shot. Oh, I missed. Oh well.
恐れ目標達成演習通りです
Well, I missed it. It's okay. Not that it matters at this point. Okay. So I have to time it properly.
油断禁物です戦車番宣終わり甘いここからです恐れるほどではありません
Yeah, that's very satisfying. Oh, who else am I missing? Ah, okay. Alright,
操
let's
作方
go.
法はよく覚えてます
Or not.
戦車番宣目標達成演習通りです
Let's get these. I'm gonna get them! It's okay. They're not that useful.
ご褒美
It would be nice to get them though.
近づいてもらえないでしょうか
Ascended. Let's go.
弓を引いたからには分析員準備は整いました
Okay. Alpha drones will drop rechargeable turrets after being destroyed. Turrets will recharge when operatives are within a rechargeable range. They will fire beams at enemies once fully charged. Okay.
油断禁物です終わり甘いここからです恐れるほどではあり百射百中
Nice. Oh, okay. So don't get close to that.
大
Got it.
吉恐れるほどではありません目標達成演習通りです
Alright.
操作方法はよく覚えてます
Ew. So I assume it will get closer to me. If so, hurry up.
そうアローヘッドよりグラニアルスビス
There you go.
ビーコンの設置は完了しました誘導シグナルに従って進んでくださいあとは全ての邪魔を取り払って定め私を導いてくれるのはあなただけです
Deninas. Okay, now we're going back to the story mode again. Well, in-game story mode. Turning the tides with measured resolve. Back on the day after Boo Boo's consciousness retrieval operation ended, I had found myself in Tao's office. When I arrived, Tao wasn't alone. Rio and Masur was also there, waiting for me. Rio's face lit up the moment she saw me. Though her expression carried trace of worry, Masur, in contrast, maintained an impassive demeanor, though the restless twitching of her ears betrayed her unease.
本当にそれでいいんですか?
Hal cut straight to the point, giving me no choice to exchange words with the girls. I can't let Boo Boo's hard work go to waste. Nor can I let her injuries be all for nothing.
不十分だ。
Her sharp gaze bored into mine. Her sharp gaze bored into me. Her tone serious and grave.
あなたをそんな危険にさらすには、そんな理由だけじゃ不十分だ。
Fine. Rio and Masur should have already presented their findings to you. The day we noticed the anomalous data of Boo Boo. Crap. Hold on. Give me a moment. It was there. Hold on. Let me read this part. The day we noticed the anomalous data Boo Boo brought back, Rio and Masur immediately began their analysis. Though they couldn't decode its origins, their findings revealed something unnervingly strange. The growth of pattern of the data aligns uncannily with Valhalla's. I'm trying to scroll, that's why, but it doesn't work. None of us believed it was to be a mere coincidence. The implication was clear. C was likely attempting to replicate Valhalla's power. The mere existence of such technology posed an existential threat, not just for us, but to humanity as a whole. Any Titagen's related technology was nothing short of a giant Pandora's box. Personnel you sent to investigate the mines at Beijing's found remnants of awakening dust production technology. This proves C's conduct extensive research on it there. Yet the result of the investigation was that C gave up on the mine and everything in it. He discards it all as bait, a division to hide her true lab from you. She wouldn't have walked away unless she was supremely confident in her new research project. And you know what that means. I'll remain silent. Her fingers steepled beneath her chin as she discerns gaze bore into me.
タオさん、分析員の言うことは確かだ。波形の成長速度を推算してみた結果、あと1週間であの実験室に隠されているものは成熟するはずだ。
フリティア、あなたは今、自分の大好きな分析員を危険にさらそうとしています。
There's no need to frighten her. Frowning, I stepped protectively in front of Rio, shielding her from Tal's intensive gaze.
分析員、大丈夫だよ。言い切らせてください。
Rio didn't flinch. Instead, she speaks out from behind me, 10 steps forward. Her determined gaze locked into Tao.
タオさん。
But as she began addressing Tao, her eyes wandered to me. Somehow, I already knew she was about to say,
私だって分析員のことが心配で危険な目に遭わせるのは嫌だよ。でもそれ以上に私は分析員のことを信用しているんだ。私たちのためにも 分析員は絶対無謀なことはしないはず。分析員の決断はきっといろんな覚悟の上に成り立っている。だから心配することよりも支えてあげることこそ私たちのすべきことだと思う。
Her adorable face slipped, her tone measures, and her gaze unwavering. The conviction in her voice reminded me of something I once told her, back when she was secretly working on her turbo exosuit. Apparently, every word had ached itself into her heart. As I gazed at her petite frame, memories of that starlit night surfaced. Her smile, her assuring, and the quiet strength she excluded.
分析員、私も見てくださいにゃん。
Monsieur protests jotted me back to the present. Without hesitation, I gave the disgruntled kitten a reassuring pat. As I did, realization struck. I knew how to convince Tao. Now, with Rydia, Monsieur, Sirius, and Arcasia, I have the most capable research team anyone could ask for. And on top of that, I have them. 18 names flashes through my mind all at once. Every moment, every experience, and every story shared with them had shaped me into who I am today. I'm strong because of them.
それがこの計画書の根拠ですか。
Hal glanced at my proposal, her expression unreadable. The plan itself was straightforward, consisted of just 2 key steps. Step 1. Through the spindle system, I reverse engineer my way into the artificial Valhalla, space created by Z. Then using specialized technique, I pinpoint a corresponding location in reality where it was created. Step 2. Once the laboratory location was identified, Heimdall will lead its strike force to neutralize it.
実現性について考えたことは？現時点で会社の技術力ではまずそのフェーズ1から不可能ですよ。
That's precisely why I'm here.
タオさんはバルハラの仮想空間に関する研究資料をたくさん持っているでしょ。それさえ借りてくれればきっと。
Hal shook her head, cutting Rydia off. Her piercing gaze locked onto mine.
どうやって分かったのですか。
I'm on the board. Hal's progress of Project Immortality have always been far behind those who ran away. He's capable of using Valhalla to manipulate network communications. By that logic, reversing the process should be equally achievable. And more importantly, the spindle system we use to recover Bubu's consciousness capable of forming a special connection with Valhalla. It's no ordinary piece of virtual technology, is it?
分析員、こんな言葉を聞いたことはありませんか？深淵を覗くとき、深淵もまたこちらを覗いているのだと。もしシータが本当にあの技術を持っているのなら、これまであなたがスピンドルで調査を行うとき。
I know. That's why I said I came prepared. That's why I said I have them.
たとえ計画の前段が無事に進めたとしましょう。もし戦場にあなたがいない間にシータが人工バルハラを作り出してしまったら、それを誰が対処するのですか？
I'll be there. When we initiate the strike on the physical world, just bring along my body to the battlefield. I'll wake up when the time comes, and I'll deal with the mess.
本当に覚悟の上のようですね。
Yep, I was right. The treatment pod, they were pushing with me in there. You're gonna put me in the battlefield. Without further argument, he turned to Fredia.
フリティア、マーシル。必要な資料はカロリンにまとめさせておきましたから、取りに行って構いません。
もうあれ、タオさんそれって。
分析員一人の覚悟では不十分です。あなたたち全員の覚悟を確かめないと、この計画を許可できるはずがありません。どこまでやり遂げられるのか見せてください。
私たち全員の覚悟。
ヤオ、もう十分に聞こえたでしょう。
Yao.
分析員、
What are you?
私が呼びつけたのです。彼女だけじゃなく他の隊員にも話をつけました。あなたの計画書を見てから。スピンドルシステムであのファイルを調査したいのなら、多くの制限がかかることになります。その中で最も重要な指標、適合度の数値は人によりけりです。それと、あのファイルに隠された情報は誰でも取り込めるようなものではありません。彼女たち一人一人の適合度をテストしたところ、深入りしない簡単な調査は隊員なら誰でも遂行できます。だが今回の調査任務に最適の人選はチェンシンです。彼女は最高の適合度を持っています。ヤオはテストで2位でした。彼女はあなたの盾になることでしょう。
My shield?
人工バルハラに潜り込んだあなたをシータは八方手を尽くして殺そうとするでしょう。彼女の手によって作られたあの空間で生き延びるには、彼女とやり合える術が必要です。そのためにあなたにはヤオとの意識同調を行ってもらいます。それは人工バルハラへの逆侵入を成功させる鍵とも言えましょう。シータに気づかれるのを避けるために同調は3回までしか行えません。
1回だけで十分だ。なんてかっこつけてみたけど、結局1回じゃ足りなかった。トラブルは多少あったけど、幸い結果的には分析員との意識同調は成功した。
Again, the rumbling gunfires. The granny's swiftfoot lay quiet in the weight of the edge at the edge of the battlefield. Inside the vehicle, Yao sat silently at the adjustant's side, gazing at his tranquil, sleeping face. Her thoughts drift back to several days ago. Then, a sudden voice pulled her from her memory.
ヤオさん、もうすぐ道が開けたら作戦エリアに出発するよ。
うん。
ヤオさん、大丈夫？
ああ。で、テスこそ緊張してないか？
緊張か。ちょっとそうかもね。でもやっぱりワクワクの方が大きいかな。だって今私とっても大事な任務を任されてるんだ。ああ、いや、それは自分一人じゃなくてみんな同じか。だから頑張ろう、みんなで。
分かったような気がする。
何が？
その性格、分析員は好きにならないわけがないな。
なんで急にそんなことを。
たまに考えるんだ。なぜ分析員が私を好きになったのかって。
それはもちろん。
As Tess tried to offer a compliment, Yao cut her off.
いかんせん私頭使うのめんどくて、だから毎回一つだけ分かってればそれでいいんじゃないかってとこに落ち着いちゃうんだ。彼は私のことが好きだ。それで十分だ。
そうだね。
あの話をしてくれたのもきっとそれが原因だろう。
何の話かな。
Tess asks curiously, but Yao's intentions has already shifted back to Justin. Her thoughts wander again into earlier memories. It was their first failed alignment attempt. She had thought one try would be enough, but she never expected.
どうしてここに。
Yao, what's going on?
どうして
Yao? Yao, can you hear me? Yao! Alarm blurred, mingling with the anguished cries. After being ejected from the spindle system in an emergency disconnect, Yao instinctively curled up in the treatment pod, clutching her knees. As she fought to suppress her trembling, a pair of eyes met hers.
分析。
Okay, maybe it's not the hospital thing, maybe it's just PTSD that she recalled. In that moment, Yao felt the sob of her throat threatened to break free as tears swelled up in her eyes.
私分析員。私は。
What are you apologizing for? Because you were so adorable as a child. That is unfair. I only got to see it just now.
今おセンチムードだから笑わすのなしで。
I really want to cheer you up. Is there anything you want to tell me? Just to be clear, I don't need another apology. Alignment is a partnership. If it doesn't work, it's just not one full party fault.
わかった。別に大したことじゃないよ。ただあの遊園地が出てくるとは。さっきのは油断してたから、今度は絶対。
Okay, I'm thinking about it right now. I've been heard or I've read that they kind of rewrote Yao's backstory. I don't know anything about it, but from what I'm thinking right now, I'm just gonna go with the flow of what's happening anyway. So I'll just continue whatever the story is. That's not what I want to hear, Yao. Yao clearly remembered the looks in her eyes. It was firm, earnest desire to stand by her side, hold her in a warm embrace, and give her strength.
子供の頃、あそこで親に捨てられたんだ。
Yao vividly remembered the way she gaze trembled as when she revealed that, though he tried his best to maintain his composure. She too fought to keep her cool, But once she opened up, her emotions broke free, and she couldn't stop herself from spilling her secrets to him.
いつのことだったかな。多分週末かな。天気がすごく良くて、確か誕生日にしか買ってもらえない服も買ってくれたっけ。両親は私を可愛く着飾ってくれて、遊園地に連れてってくれた。3人で思いっきり遊んだ。今思えばあの日の2人は普段と何ら変わらなく、ずっと幸せそうな笑顔だった。そろそろ帰る時に2人にせがんで観覧車に乗せてもらった。観覧車を降りて花火を見た。2人がいないのに気づいたのはその時だった。子供の頃は純粋というかバカというか、親とはぐれたらその場でじっとしてればきっと探しに来るって思ってた。だからはぐれたところで待ち続けた。観覧車が回るのをぼーっと眺めてた。花火ショーも何回も見た。そして夜空から花火が消えて人だかりがまばらになった。それでも待っても待っても誰も来なかった。
I accidentally skipped that dialogue. I'm sorry. It was a misclick. Why didn't you tell me earlier, Yao?
言っても仕方ないじゃない。不幸語りで構ってもらうなんてどうもダサくて性に合わなくて、そういうのなんだかズルみたい。そんなズルをして手に入るのはせいぜい同情か哀れみくらい。本気で欲しかったものにイカサマが混ざっちゃってたら気分ど下がりじゃない。
She gazed at the adjutant, unable to resist reaching out to caress his cheeks.
心配いらないよ、分析員。過ぎたことだし、今さら思い出して落ち込んだりはもうしない。何しろ頑張って頑張って、一皮どころか三皮くらい向けてやっとここまで来られたんだし。
After pouring everything out to him, Yao felt like it was a heavy weight has finally lifted from her chest. She thought it was enough to comfort her, but to her surprise, the adjustment wasn't done. Yao,
慰めるのもうやめやめ。私そんなにやわじゃないんだから。
that's not it. I just want to let you know. If you ever find yourself lost again, stay where you are. No matter where or when, I will find you. That's a promise.
呆れた。うまいこと全然言えないじゃない。分析員、普段女の子に囲まれてるのに。
She didn't know why she had said that at the time. All she remembered was the tears blurring her vision and the hitch in her breath. But once the word came out, all her bottled up emotions finally spilled free. Then she was drowned into a warm, tight embrace. In that moment, it felt as though her entire world was illuminated once more. Yeah, I'm a terrible at sweet talk. All I can offer you is my heart. Even now, his words seems to echo in her ears.
分析。
ピピピピ。ウイルスが検出されました。報告が完了しましたにゃん。ウイルススレイヤー、直ちに応答してくださいにゃん。 今すぐ応答にゃん。
The sudden vibration and alarms snapped Yao out of her thoughts, the soft smile on her face giving away to an icy calm.
テス、
はい、任せられました。
As Yao settled into the treatment pod and sank into the spindle system, Tess' cheerful smile gradually faded. Her gaze lingered onto the adjustment lying in his pod, her thoughts drifting far away. But before she could sink too deep, her voice crackled over the radio, guiding her back to reality.
テス、
はい、
通路は確保した。
了解。今すぐ起動するね。そういえば、さっきヤオさんがスピンドルシステムを起動したけど。
As Tess' word lingered in the air, the once heretic Heimdall Force comms fell silent, labored, breathing filling the void, only to be drowned out movements later by the rising crescendo of... Oh, wait, what? I think I skipped it. Crescendo of battle. Okay. Tess said no more. She pressed the button on the control panel, locking in the autopilot route. With practiced ease, she climbed through the window and onto the roof of the speeding vehicle. As she did, the Granny Swiftfoot roared like the beast unleashed, charging straight into battle. The sudden appearance of the armored vehicle seized the attention of every combatant of the field, none more than the enemy.
車の援護を。邪魔者どもは散ってもらうわよ。
Enemy forces immediately moved to intercept, but the manifestations were well prepared, daunting their attempts. As the Granny Swiftfoot charged towards the gaping breach in the courtyard's gates, the previous concealing defenses forces within the courtyard finally mobilized. The mechanized units surged out of the hiding, charging straight at the seamlessly vulnerable yet utter fearless girl, as if she was been waiting for their arrival. Reach up atop of the Granny Swiftfoot. He faced the advancing troops, the wind whipping around her. With a flourish, she conjured a magical hat from nowhere, spinning it theoretically before placing it on her head.
マジックのショータイムだ。
Her soft voice cut through the raging winds. A magician never steps into the stage unprepared. She has been preparing for her debut every day, pushing herself to grow stronger, honing her craft and embracing the pressure. The enemy responds with a hail of bullets, but the barrage hits nothing except the magical hats. It soared into the sky, shattering the cascade of playing cards with a spiral away on the wind.
じゃーん、なんとここに。
In the command vehicle of the conveyor center, the driver froze in terror as Tess materialized in the crew compartment. The commanding officer in the passenger seat roamed in alarm and lunged at her, only to met with a fierce kick that sent him and that door hurling into the opening air. With a bright, cheerful grin, Tess turned her gaze to the driver, whose face was still frozen in fear.
最後のサプライズ楽しかった？んじゃ、あの世へよろしくね。
As she spoke, the barrel of guns pressed firmly against the driver's forehead. Seconds later, Tess was alone in a command vehicle, gripping at the steering wheel. She wrenched sharply, crashing the car into the side of another enemy transport. While chaos rippled through the enemy's convoy, the Granny Swiftfoot sped forward, punching through the courtyard defenses and barreling towards the Manor's heart. Deep below the ground, the rumbling explosion reverberated through the layers of earth, but now Changshin paid them no mind. She pressed onward, deeper into the library. Behind her, no living enemies remained, only the scars of battle ache into every corner.
必ず分析員を連れ戻します。そう言ったから。今から分析員との約束を果たします。分析員が着く前に。
Shortly after, in the physical world, Changshin found herself once again standing before that tree, surrounded by the catastrophe of the dissonant whispers. Without the slightest hesitation, she reached out and touched the strangest behemoth. In an instant, torrent of the information surged into Changshin's mind, overwhelming her like a relentless deluge. It seems as though countless eerie tendrils wrapped around her arms, pulling her into the unreal dimension. In this bizarre space, it appears as if numerous orbs of light floated around her, each harboring countless distorted faces that withheld and screamed in agony. Yet Changshin's expression remained impassive. Tightening her grip onto the glowing strand of hair coiled around her fingertips, she slowly closed her eyes. The moment her eyes shut, it was as if she had stepped into another world, a place devoid of sound, free from massive orbs entwined in airy tendrils and grotesque twisted faces. Here, there were only shelves of ancient tombs. This was the sanctuary of her memories. Sorting through the orbs of light, untangled the knotted threads of consciousness, this was a task only she could manage. It was a promise she made to the adjustant. Changshin calmly opened one of the ancient tombs, the name engraved upon her soul resonating in her mind like a sacred mantra.
分析。心に刻んだ名前。
The key to victory, within our grasp. At the apex of the void, the fissure seems to tear through the chaos, revealing a surreal scene of beyond. It was Yao's world slowly merging in.
ちっとも油断ならないじゃない。やはりタウはバルハラの秘密を知っているようだわ。本当は成果を見せていないだけで技術自体は持っていたのか。
Zee's expression darkened as she sensed the change within Valhalla, yet her cold gaze lingered on me with a mocking sneer.
それで全部か。2本立ての作戦だったか。いい度胸じゃない。だが勝つには度胸だけじゃ足りないんだ。彼女たちがここにたどり着けば勝ち目はあると思っているのだろう。もしそれが飛んで火にいるような真似だとしたら。
And what makes you sure? And what makes you so sure you haven't walked into ours?
あなたの算段はもう分かりきっている。言っておくが、戦場では剣と盾とは必要最低限なものでしかない。そんなちんけな用意で私とやり合えるとでも思っているようだが、残念なことにその期待は叶わない。ヤオにここから連れ出してもらうつもりだろう。残念だがここじゃそもそもあなたを見つけること自体不可能だ。チェンシーに 私の作った木を浄化させているだろう。だがあなたはもうここから出られない。彼女は木の中に閉じ込められてそのまま死ぬ運命だ。
Say whatever you want. This round is mine to win.
今となってまだそんなことが言えるのか？
I've seen it only once, and it's already true. We secure a significant advantage. The fact that they and I made it here means this round was ours from the start.
ならばその自信は本物か口先だけなのか見せてもらおうじゃないか。
He snapped her fingers. A sharp, crisp sound echoed through the space. Though Yao world continued its merging, I felt a new, unfamiliar disturbance ripple through the air.
誰もが羨むほどの才能を持ち合わせているのに自覚もせず宝の持ち腐れに終わらせるとは皮肉も甚だしい。残念だがその強運はここまでだ。今は抜きあるわけだ。何か望みがあれば聞いてやろう。
Her mocking gaze bored into me, underlaid with a simmering deadly intent. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I've never wasted a thought on that. As for yours, I've already planned it out. After final words left my lips, I emptied my magazine in C's direction. At that precise moment, Yao's world fully descended, loosening Valhalla from C's grasp, and granted me a fleeting opportunity to strike. The shot missed, but they were meant to hit. I aimed to helm her movements, setting the stage for close combat. Got you.
少子だ。
A surge of dreadful power erupted from her, freeing her from my grip. These retaliated with a vicious kick, forcing me to cross my arms defensively. Even so, a sheer force sent me staggering backwards, my weapon spinning out of reach.
何一つ分かっていないようだな。この世界では私とあなたとじゃそもそも次元が違う。
With those words, she launched herself at me with relentless ferocity. The air shifted violently. I felt it before I saw it. She raised her leg for a crutching axe kick. At the last moment, I dove aside, narrowly evading her strike. Seizing the opportunity, I made... Oh, fuck. Hold on. I made my move. Okay, yeah. Rushed through the opening into the amusement park. Engaging C's here was meaningless. Finding Yao was the key to securing victory. C's following leisurely, her sardonic laughter echoes in the void, each note a taunt of Lander with scorn.
いい加減観念するんだ。彼女はもう私の導きを受け入れ、自分のいるべき場所へ向かっている。ここじゃもう見つからん。
Is that so? Yao found herself in what felt like a distinct dream.
ここは
Okay, this is so weird. I know this is young Yao, but why is she in that Heimdall's dorm wear? I find that kind of odd. The little girl opened her eyes, only to find herself standing amidst a bustling amusement park. As the crowd surged past her, a sudden chilling realization dawned. She was relieving her worst nightmare. And yet, Yao has braced herself for this moment. Her heart remained calm, resolve unshaken.
やっぱりここか。一刻も早く分析員を見つけないと、一人でシータと戦わせては。
Muttering to herself, she prepared to search for adjacent using her navigation system. However, before she could begin, a gentle voice unexpectedly called out from behind her.
ヤオちゃん、そろそろ帰るわよ。
A hauntingly familiar voice pierced through her defenses, sending a shockwave of bitterness and grief through her chest.
お母さん。
He wove. Oh, wait. Hold on. I wove through the amusement park, bustling crowds, my face impassive. A sure locator program was being scrambled by an unknown force, preventing me from pinpointing Yao's location within this world. I didn't falter. My steps remained resolute. Behind me, Teeth followed in steady pursuit.
なぜ負けたのか教えてやろう。ユグドラシルの技術でバルハラに入ったその度胸は褒めよう。だがそれであなたたちの急所は丸見えも同然だ。信仰の力は己の欲望から生まれる。あなたがこの世界に足を突っ込めば、あの子を自身の欲望に触れさせてしまうことは免れない。対して私が彼女に与えたのはかつての悔いをなくし内なる恐怖に打ち勝つチャンスだ。人は生きていれば誰しも必ず後悔を抱えている。払拭
Crap. I didn't mean to skip it. Sorry, guys. Second time I did this. That was not supposed to happen. I can't get over it. Huh. All this rambling. Are you scared? Scared that I might actually find her?
哀れんでいるんだよ。その無意味な悪あがきを。私の導きのもとで彼女は過去をいっぺんに変え完璧な人生を手に入れるだろう。それに比べて分析あなたは何だ。
That's preposterous. Don't act like you know her better than I do.
ヤオちゃんやっと見つかった。待たせてしまってパパとママが悪かったわ。
Go with them, and you'll find the happiness you always longed for.
そうか。この日に時間を巻き戻せば、私は完璧な人生を手に入れられる。だから。
She clenches her little fist, her arms trembling as though trying to reach out. Don't give them your hand. Don't go with them. You're not alone. I think I'll go with the middle. It makes...
ヤオちゃん、どうかしたの？そろそろ帰りましょう。ヤオちゃん、美味しいもの食べたかったんでしょう。帰りに一緒に食べに行きましょう。
The girl looked up at her parents and raised her hand, but didn't reach for them. Instead, she quietly whipped away her tears streaming down her cheeks. After all these years, she finally got a clear look at them again. Yet, those two familiar faces somehow blurred before her eyes.
パパ。ママ。
怖かったよね、ヤオちゃん。もう怖がらなくて大丈夫よ。お父さんとお母さん、もうどこにも行かないから。
tears flowing uncontrollably down her face. But as she looked up, her expression was not one of sorrow, but rather a sense of relief, as if she has been set free.
怖い。違う。そんなの、とっくに通り越してる。
She was crying, but her voice sounded as she wanted to laugh, a laughter that was trembling and grasping, as if it used all of her body's strength to force out.
あの夜から、あの泣き虫も泣いてなんかない。捨て子になった日にずっと考えてた。必死に自分はどこが悪かったのかって。お利口じゃないからか、可愛げないからか、才能がなかったからか、それとも別の何かなのか。でもいくら考えてても答えはわからなかった。だから泥まみれになって何者かになろうって必死になったんだ。認めさせたかった。立派な私を捨てたお前らは間違ったんだって叱りつけたかった。成功を手にしたらなぜ自分を捨てたのかって絶対二人に問いただすって誓ったんだ。だけどそうはしなかった。本当のことを知るのが怖いからってそう信じてた。でもそうじゃなかった。彼と出会ってから分かったんだ。そうじゃないって。本当は怖くも何もなかった。答えがなくったってもう十分幸せだから。幸せに生きるって決めたから。完璧な過去なんてなくたって私は構いはしない。考えることも認めさせることももうしなくったっていいんだ。飲み込んできた理不尽も含めて全てが自分の生まれた意味で彼と出会うための人生だから。
ヤオちゃん何を言ってるのかしら。お母さんよくわからないわ。そろそろ一緒に帰りましょう。
わからなくたっていいよ。自分でわかれば十分だ。全部自分に言い聞かせてるんだから。私にとってこれは待望の再会なんかじゃなくお別れだから。この自分とのお別れだ。
She spoke with a quiet conviction, her hand resting firmly over her heart. As she did, the little girl vanished, replaced by Yao, who she was now. A small figure reappeared before her. It was a little girl standing at a wide crossroad, her tear-streaking face lifted in confusion. Her little expression was a mixture of fear, trepidated, and uneased.
お姉さん誰？
私はあなた。未来のあなただよ。
Yao looked down at the little girl standing before her, a complex smile softening her features.
未来の私？
そう。未来のあなた。
未来になったらパパとママが見つかるのかな？
どうかな。でも未来になったら幸せが見つかる。
幸せ？
そう。幸せ。
でもどうすれば。
ひたすら走り続ければいいんだよ。でも怖いの。怖くったっていいの。怖いのも当たり前だから。
She kneed down and rubbed the girl's head.
でもあなたはすっごく強いからきっと大丈夫さ。
すごく強い？
想像もつかないくらい。
想像もつかない？どういう意味？
長丁場になるよ。いいか？あなたは。
Her voice rose with excitement, yet her gaze on her younger self remained earnest. The words that followed carried a deliberate weight, as if she was trying to engrave them into the depths of her soul.
選択は迷わないし、がんじがらめになってても決して屈しない。しっかり自分を持って絶対にぶれない。生きることの息苦しさに苛まれても、闇に取り囲まれても、あなたは光へ手を伸ばし続けてた。幸せを追いかけるのを諦めなかった。あなたはそんなすごいやつだから、きっともっと眩しくて暖かい日だまりにいていいんだ。
あ、私すごい。
そう、あなたはすごいんだ。誰よりも何十倍も何百倍も何千倍もすごい。
指の数より多い。
ああ、指を折っても数えきれないくらい。
A laugh escaped her lips, but along with it came tears. Taking a step forward, Yao wrapped the little girl tightly in her arms.
だからビビることない。道のりが人よりほんのり長かったけど、その先には素晴らしい巡り合わせが待ってるんだ。いつか絶対彼と出会うから。その日が来ると、生き抜いた日々は全部宝物になる。彼と出会って彼を引き寄せるための。
私できるのかな？
絶対できるよ。だってもうできてるじゃないか。
She murmured with an unwavering certainty. In her embrace, the little girl slowly began to fade away. But this was only natural, because for the entire time, the only thing she had ever held on to was herself. Yao slowly rose to her feet. There was no sorrow in her eyes, only resolve, happiness, and hope. She looked at the visibly blurring figures before her.
だからお父さんお母さん、もう行って大丈夫だ。これから何があってももう迷わない。自分の幸せと歩きたい人生はもう見つかったから。これからの人生は彼と一緒に過ごすと決めたから。
She lowered her gaze to her hand, the very hand that once felt her warmest embrace, the hand that held him into him. Grasping the brightest, most radiant sunlight of her life.
もう悔しがったり過去を呪ったりはしない。悔いを拭うよりも、私は自分の未来を良くする方が断然いい。 私を迎えに来るって。彼がそう言ったから。待ち続ければ絶対迎えに来てくれる。そう彼が約束してくれたから。一生忘れない。それが彼との約束だから。
She closed her eyes. The whispers tried to confuse her, the doubts, the hesitations, the fears. All this dissipated like a morning mist, fading from her mind. If you ever find yourself lost again, just stay where you are. No matter where or when, I will find you. That's a promise.
もう怖がりなんかしない。だって私には分かってる。あなたは絶対迎えに来るから。もう怖いものなどない。もう捨てられたりはしない。
You could almost see that figure, scaling towering mountains and crossing boundless oceans, drawing nearer to her with every heartbeat. Running around the last corner, the giant Ferris wheel appeared before my eyes. Though the path ahead was still clogging with the surging crowds, I could almost see my girl waiting for me just beyond them. Clearly, she has already sensed some sort of shift. Her face twisted with rage as the world around me distorted. Massive walls seemed to rise from nowhere, blocking my path. I knew these were just mere illusions. Wind howling past my ears, possibly sea launching a desperate attack. Warm blood trickles down my cheeks, yet I couldn't feel the pain anymore. I hear a voice calling my name. I felt it. I could see her, standing there, waiting for me. A little girl, all alone in the center of the crowd, waiting for me to take her home. I dashed through the bustling crowds, crashing through every obstacle in my path. Keep running. Faster. Get to her. If you ever find yourself lost again, just stay where you are. No matter where or when, I will find you. That's a promise. This is a promise you made to her. Don't break it. Don't let her feel abandoned again. Reach out with every bit of strength you can muster. At the heart of the crowd, Yao's eyes snapped open. Surrounded by the sea of strangers, an overwhelming loneliness engulfed her, wrapping her in the middle of the crowd. It felt as if the voice she just heard was a trick of her imagination. But how?
気のせいなはずないじゃないか。分析員の声を今さら聞き間違えるはずはない。
Her trembling hands gradually steadied, firmly reached out.
絶対掴む。絶対掴めるんだ。分析
Sounds like glass shattering, or perhaps I broke through some invisible barrier between two worlds. I could truly feel my hand grasping another. Delicate, warm, filled with the endless tenderness. I found you. Yo. As our hands grasped tightly, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face.
迎えに来てくれた。分析員。
Her response caught me off guard for a moment. Then she threw herself into my arms with all her strength. How nice it was. In this lonely, bustling world, in the moment of her greatest sorrows and despair, to have a warm, embrace that held her tight. In my arms, Yao sobbed uncontrollably as if pouring out everything she has been holding in, yet there wasn't a trace of sadness in her cries. I held her closer, gently patted her back as I whispered words of comfort. You're there. I'm here now. As I comforted Yao, I noticed that C's movements has come to a halt behind me. I knew she hasn't abandoned her intent to kill me, but rather she had realized in this world she no longer had the opportunity to do so. The setting sun vanished beyond the horizon, plunging the world into an all-encompassing darkness. It felt as if the entire universe was rolling, collapsing into an infinite abyss. My consciousness, along with Yao's, was torn away. Just before this world crumbles entirely, Steve's voice, laced with icy menace, echoed from behind me. Funny. I was about to say the same thing to you. I murmured, closing my eyes. When I opened them again, the sound of crackling static and blurring alarms filled my ears. I shut off from the treatment pod in the chamber from the Granny Swiftfoot. Before our overwhelming sense of sorrow and emptiness could settle in my chest, my eyes landed on a figure just steps away. In the enclosed cabin, Yao has just taken out of a big crate. Tears glimmering in her eyes as she looked at me with serene, tender gaze, as if harboring countless unspoken thoughts she yearned to share. Yet she restrained herself.
分析員。行って。勝つための最後のピースを埋めて。
The shrine was empty, but I knew Changshin was there. At my fingertips, where the strand of her hair was wrapped, a faint glow began to shimmer. Clustering it tightly, I raced towards the tree. Changshin! I didn't want to shout that loud. It seems inappropriate and not something I should be doing. Do you remember what you promised me? Do you remember what you promised me? My hand plunged into Tree's core, reaching out for Changshin. It's time to wake up.
分析員。
Entrapped within the tree, the slumbering girl's expression suddenly hardened, and cold determination surfaced, as if the eyes of her soul was just opened, gazing towards what was summoning her. With an unshakable force anchoring her very existence, like gravity anchoring life to a planet. Then a seismic upheaval erupts as a behemoth buries deep beneath the earth was stirring to life. The entire shrine cracked violently, teetering on the edge of collapse. The scenery before us shattered like shards of stainless glass, each piece giving way to golden radiance and curling mist. Countless red umbrellas spilling forth like splashes of crimson ink, blowing against the sky. Silken veils cascading downward, whirling in the air like celestial dancers from the ancient murals, graceful, ethereal, mesmerizing. The stage was set. The towering humanoid figures emerges, excluding the original authorities. Streams of light coursing across her form, enveloping her in a divine radiance. Her face twisted in fury as she raised her hand skyward, crawling the air as if seeking to seize the world itself. With her motion, the sea of red umbrellas began to spin. Their illusionary gaze fell apart, revealing their true form. Countless rotations, turrets, ready to unleash devastations. Fate may not have always sided with me, but they will. Facing the massive figure with calm resolve, I pressed the button on the crate. Metallic clinks of combat armor lock into place, reverberated, rippling from my arms to my entire body. At the same time, Yao appeared in front of me. In her tranquil pupils, I saw the reflection of the streak of light hurling towards her. Wow, that was really long. This is the boss fight. This is the final moment. Okay, I have to be sure.
分析員見つかった。
どうしてわからない。
何は分析員。
Okay.
準備は整いました。百射百中。終わり？甘い。ここからです。
Okay, I'm in my moment now. Oh, she resets herself. Okay.
百射百中。
There you go. There you go.
まあ落ち着いて話でもしよう。
Okay.
戦車番宣。あなたの結末が見えました。
Damn, I wasn't paying attention to the damage I'd taken.
ご褒美、もっと近づいてもらえないでしょうか。
Alright. Twice the bliss. Jade rings to destined union. By the time I saw the sky again. Yeah. By the time I saw the sky again, night has descended. A serene darkness blanketed the courtyard, filling the air with an otherworldly tranquility. A scene as it was plucked from the ethereal painting. Soft, glowing orbs floated gently around Yao like fireflies. Raising gradually into the heavens, these were the remnants of faith that the sea had gathered using the trees. But with Changshin's purification complete, all of that faith dissipated. I remember I said this word so much, but yeah, I already forget. Dissipated, yeah. Steve's ultimate ace was rendered useless, dissolving into countless radiant specks that warmed the courtyard, returning to their origins.
綺麗だね。
Standing on the bridge, Yao pressed a hand over her heart, her gaze captivated by the dreamlike view. She suddenly turned to look at me, her eyes sparkling like gemstones. Yeah, very beautiful. I watched the girl bathe in cascading light and offer her my heartfelt compliments. But how are you holding up physically? Yao's new exosuit has been completed at the very last moment before the mission. There hasn't been any time for her to undergo adaptive training, and she has unleashed it full firepower at the heat of the battle.
言われてみれば。
Okay, now I understand why there were complaints about this one. I understand. I'll talk about it later after this story ends. Yao takes a deep breath, her cheeks instantly flushing with exertion. She fixed upon me with a silent gaze, yet I already knew what I needed to do. Walk over and put her arm around her waist.
気が利くんだね、分析員。足に力が入らなくて。
You don't have to push yourself. I'll carry you the rest of the way.
ありがとう。ちょっと仮眠取る。
I really like her new exosuit. It's really nice. Without hesitation, Yao leaned into my arms, resting her head against my chest. As I held her, a gaze wandered to Changshin, who has been quietly following us. Changshin.
私のことならお構いなく、分析員。ヤオは重傷者だから、特別扱いされるのは当然です。
Changshin wore a serious expression, but her response left me momentarily speechless. The word I wanted to say suddenly stuck in my throat.
分析員、私、何か間違ったことを言いましたか？
Noticing my awkward reaction, Changshin grew visibly tense. I felt a peg of a guilt at her flustering expression, but I knew I had no choice but to ask for her help. Actually, what I want to say is, Yao's completely out of strength. If I let go, she might actually collapse. Could you help me lift her onto my back? Changshin froze. Her face immediately turned as red as a ripe tomato. Her embarrassment is so intense, it seems as steam might raise from her head. Yet, despite her mortification, she dutifully helped lift Yao onto my back. Watching her with her head bowed as though wishing to vanish into thin air, I feel a mixture of amusement, warmth, and a deep affection stirring within me. But you know, there are things she may say that they don't bother you. I can't just brush them aside. There are things that may say that don't bother you. Sure. Next time, whenever, or however you want me to carry you, just let me know. I gazed earnestly at Changshin. The crimson hue of her embarrassment gradually faded, but the shy sparkles in her eyes only grew brighter. She then stepped forward, grasping my arm tightly, and spoke with earnest determination.
今の話、しっかり心に覚えさせてもらいます。
I'm sure you will. You'll never forget a word I say.
違います。心に覚えるのと頭に覚えるのとは別物です。
That's perfectly bold, Changshin.
本当はもっと無遠慮な時も。
Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. With Yao exhausted and half asleep, dripping over my back, share a few sweet words with Changshin as we continue onward, searching for a place to rest. Changshin clung tightly to my arm, though her mind seemingly preoccupied. It was as if she was deep in thought, gathering courage to make some kind of a decision. Sometime later, as the battle of the outskirts of the manor finally subsides, the others found us.
あなた、分析員さん。分析員。
We barely see Arcasia though. That's rare, and also Boo gets to see at the last moment. Nice. One by one, gracefully figures came rushing towards me, enveloped me in a sea of warmth and affection. This is what I've been fighting for. Lying back on the grass, I stretched my arms wide, trying to embrace them all. Utterly spent, I finally let myself drift into sleep in their tender company. 3 days has passed since the conclusion of Operation Decapitation. I was summoned to Tao's office to discuss matters related to the mission. As always, our conversation was straightforward and to the point.
シータが自分の姿になぞらえて作ったアンドロイドですが、 内部構造を調べたところ、あれは彼女が一部の意識だけで動かしている分身であることが分かりました。あと、現場で見つかった各種実験の痕跡からして、シータが進行の秘密を発見したのはただの偶然だと断言できましょう。
By accident, huh? Makes sense. If it haven't been, you could have taken it much further. These forces in Beijing has fought tooth and nail to hold us back. On the surface, that was logical, but in hindsight, something didn't add up. Her absence during battle meant she had already prepared for failure. But if she was ready to lose, I'd commit so much. I see.
もう見当がついたようですね。
Yes. This wasn't a desperate defensive move. It was a demonstration. Steve was trying to prove the value of that technology to someone. There's no way she would let such power slip through her fingers. Rosin. Where was she hiding during that battle?
と言っても、別に気に病むことはありません。所詮は棚ぼたものですから、実際に運用できるものにしたいなら、相当な苦労になるでしょう。それまではまだ時間が多少あるはずです。
Does that mean we have a grace period?
それがいつ来るかはまた別の話ですが、でも本当に相手がそんな余裕をくれるのなら、そのうちわかるでしょう。
Are you suggesting she might make another move before that?
それよりも、彼女がこれまで以上に強くなることを覚悟した方がいいでしょう。
So will we. Plus, we have you standing by us, don't we?
後ろだって。
She fell silent for a long moment, her expression flickering even so slightly. Or so I thought. When I looked closer, her face was as composed as ever, as if the fleeting emotion has been nothing more than my imagination.
では、まだ他にやることがありますので。
I smiled at her as I got up and left her office. Caroline was waiting outside the door.
話終わりました？
Yeah. Sorry to keep you waiting, Miss Intelligence Officer.
そんなに待ってませんし。
I meant these past few days. Things were been hectic, and I haven't had a chance to catch up with you. Hearing that, Caroline gave me a playful eye roll.
急に何なんですか、分析。彼女たちのご機嫌取りが終わってやっと。誰か冷遇されて、かわいそうな奴がいるような気がしてきました。
I heard something. On the day of the operation, you were pretty anxious to get to the front lines.
地獄耳ですか？まあ、5体満足で祈祷したことですし、全くの杞憂でした。
If the chance comes up, what do you think about upgrading your bionic argumentation?
あのね、分析員。確かに前線は行かなかったけれど、分析員のためにバリバリ働いてるのは同じですよ。もうこれ以上搾取しないでほしいものです。
I realized, hearing this, that she still harbors some reservation about returning to the battlefield.
自分のことを心配した方がいいと思いますよ。で、これからのスケジュールは…ちょっと、何なんですかこの空き時間は。 どこへ何をしに行くつもりなんですか？
Bringing into your superior's privacy isn't in your job description, Miss Intelligence Officer.
へえ、プライバシーですか。不問にしてあげますよ。でも夜は早めに帰ってきてくださいよ。待ってる人がいますから。
Oh? Does Miss Intelligence Officer have plans for me?
私じゃなくて他の人ですから。私はただ伝言しただけ。
I'll be back.
じゃあ、そう伝えておきます。
Stealing a rare moment away from work, I wander into the quainted little shop.
聞いた話だけど、街中の花火は全部一人に買い占められたとか。
きっとロマンチックな式典が催されるのでしょう。
はあ、私の誕生日は花火なしか。
大丈夫ですよ。運よく式典も同じ日だったら無料で盛大に祝われるみたいなものでしょ。
As I stepped inside, snippets of their conversation caught my attention. A mention of the fireworks show piqued my interest, though it seems that I have waited for a restock before planning anything similar myself. Noticing me, a shopping assistant approached.
分析員様ですよね。
Yes.
お待たせしました。先日ご注文いただいたオーダー品はこちらになります。
Already?
はい。こちらはご婚約の品でいらっしゃいますよね。
I nodded without hesitation.
それでしたら刻印はいかがなさいますか？
Can do that?
もちろんです。刻印を入れればさらにプレゼントの重みが増しますから。
Sure. But when the shop assistant handed me the pen and paper, I found myself momentarily at a loss. It wasn't that I couldn't think of anything to write, but rather there was too much I wanted to say.
何を入れるか思いつかないのでしたら、相手との思い出を思い出してみたらいかがでしょうか。
Memories of the past few days flooded my mind. In that moment, inspiration struck. By dusk, I returned to the company building. Small yet weighty keepsakes resting in the pocket closest to my heart. Before I could begin searching for the people I had in mind, they found me first.
眠かった。分析員やっと帰ってきたんだね。
You've been waiting for me? Wait, was Caroline talking about?
私たちだよ。
私とヤオから分析員には贈り物を用意しています。
A gift?
ついてくればわかるよ。
Yao smiled playfully, grabbing one of my hands, while Changshin took the other. Together, they led me to the rooftop. What's with all the scenery? What's up there? Some kind of special sight together tonight? A brilliant sunset, a gloomy full night. I wonder what has planned. But when we reached the rooftop, this night sky appeared just as familiar as ever. Huh. Doesn't look like there's anything special up there.
空にはないけど、目の前にはある。
作州では奇怪な場所から戻ったら取り付いた邪気を払うためにまず何かの啓示を執り行わなければならない習わしが伝わっています。もう何日か経ってはいますが まだ間に合うと思いまして。
半年分のボーナスをかけてるんだから、心して見ておくれよ。おーい、打ち上げ始めて。
At Yao's signal, a series of whistling sounds erupt from beyond the roof. Under the night sky, vivid sparks shot upward, soaring over our heads and into the clouds. There, they blossom into dazzling multicolored fireworks. I tilted my head up to admire the spectacle, then slowly lowered my gaze to the two graceful figures standing before me. The fireworks painted the night behind them, framing their silhouettes in radiant light. This was the most stunning sight in the world.
分析員、どうだった？やっぱ期待外れ？
It's incredible. I'm genuinely thrilled.
あんまり嬉しそうに聞こえないけど。
That's because I need to keep my emotions in check. There's something I want to say to you both, and I need to say it properly.
話って？
分析員は何が言いたいのですか？
Instead of replying right away, I reached out and gently took their hands in mine. I have gifts for you too. Present that finally wrapped golden hairpin and longevity lock.
分析員、
それは。
Our convenient keepsakes. Give the hairpin to Changshin.
髪を留めるかんざしのように。
Changshin's fingers trembles as she carefully held the hairpin, her soft voice as she read the engravings. And the longevity lock to Yao.
鍵でつなぎ止められたように。
Yao traced her fingertips over the lock. Her gaze shimmers over the overwhelming emotions. After a long silence, two tender voices spoke in unison.
実は私たち、分析員にもう一つプレゼントを用意しました。
I watch as each of them produce a jaded ring, tying it onto the piece of fabric closest to my heart. Etching into the rings were two inscriptions. I first read, "An unbroken knot thread for the love untwined witness." I can't read that fast. There's plenty I don't bother to say, but there's one thing I always say: I love you. In the next heartbeat, I drew both of them into a tight embrace. Above us, a final flare of fireworks ascended to the heavens, bursting into the... Hold on. Sorry, I keep sneezing a lot. Hold on, give me a moment. Above us, the final flare of fireworks ascended to the heavens, bursting into the incandescent splendor. The night sky bloomed into vivid hue, enveloping us in radiant light. Yet, it wasn't the thunder of the fireworks that filled my ears. It was the echoes of their words.
これからこの体、この魂、この命がすべてあなたと共にあらんこと。
迎えに来てくれた。分析員。
Their voices rippled through my mind, weaving together a sympathy reverberated through my souls. And from that melody, emerging a clear, compelling call. That call was telling me clearly it was time to prepare our conveyance ceremony. That's just another word for wedding. Okay. The first half. Yeah, I noticed there was a complaint about that. And to the final boss part, it was... I'm not saying it's bad, but they were missing something. I guess I was supposed to wait, but for some reason I didn't do it. I've heard we're gonna get a free Yao skin that you saw earlier at the end of the game. They could have released it as a trial instead, rather than yeah, they should have put it in a trial first in game and then release it. I don't know why they didn't do that, but I think that's pretty much a tradition in some way. It wouldn't make sense as well. At the same time, it's kind of awkward. The other complaints was Yao's story felt like it was so much longer compared to Changshin's. Yeah, I actually read the description of the game suggestions on Discord. Yeah. It felt like it was too much screen time for Yao and less time for Changshin, even though it doesn't sound like it, but the dialogue is actually really long, in my opinion. What else is there? What did I say? I did mention that I could have played with Yao, but Yao... Okay, so for the boss fight for Yao, I didn't want to use that one because it wouldn't make sense if she used that old previous exosuit and then give us a new exosuit. But at the same time, part of it could have been my fault. I should have known when to use the new Yao operative within the boss fight. But anyway, I think they put a lot of work into voice acting. A lot. Because usually you hear the voice acting from only at the end. But this time they put like so many voice actresses in many parts. The only thing you didn't hear was Tenno, Marisol, Acacia, Nita, Haru. I don't think we heard Enya or Cirrus. But every other girls we did hear. So I think I made like 3 mistakes already, skipping some of the dialogues by accident while they were speaking. That was completely my fault. I shouldn't have done that. But anywho, since I already completed all the story, I collect all of this. This is all the things that you could collect from there, from the story. I haven't done the splash routine. This is the hot springs play route. I did play Star Master. I was thinking doing a live stream on Discord, but not now. I did a way too long of recording of this. How long is this recording? About more than 4 hours. It's insane. Yeah, this is like the longest video I have ever done so far. But anywho, I hope you guys enjoyed gameplay. And if that actually wants you to play the game, then you are more than welcome to join me in the game, somewhat. But anywho, like I mentioned, I hope you guys enjoy the gameplay, and I will see you guys in the next video. And until then, stay safe and play as much video games as you guys can handle. Take care, everyone.